How's it going? Dubai, how's it going? Everyone hyped up for today? Okay, so my name is Dylan, and I'm from Coinstore. And it's with great pleasure I will be your host for today. I would like to welcome all of you today to Finding the Future Alpha, organized by Coinstore and Jsquare, co-organized by DFG. I would also like to thank all our partners for today to making it happen. I think you can see all the big names out there at our backdrop, and also see some of our existing project partners today. We have Dual Min here, which is a very comprehensive real-world asset platform. Startland as well, a metaverse platform. And today I can assure you one thing, guys. One thing that we'll have a very jam-packed alpha event for you with a lineup of A-list speakers, keynotes, as well as panelist discussion. So you would want to really listen closely, okay? Okay, so how is everyone doing today? It's great to see all of you could make it. I think despite the severe weather conditions in Dubai, it's great to see everyone in time here with a full house. I think we all came to Dubai expecting with the Bitcoin halving a crypto bull run, but what we got was a taxi bull run, right? I'm sure all of you paid insane amount of taxi. I think in my lifetime, I've never paid $100 USD for a taxi ride or 15 minutes, right? Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to get the event started. I think all of you are here not to listen to me, but to listen to some of our A-list speakers. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome one of our main pillars at Coinstore, our global head of business development and partnerships, Mr. James Toh. Please, guys, a big round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, good to see a lot of faces here. I know we have very jam-packed programs over these few days, although in the end, how many we actually go is another story altogether. But we have a lot of friends here, very important people. We have been preparing for this week for at least 4 months ago, since January. For those that actually don't know, we have 4 events total, from our opening party to our brand conference, and this Finding the Next Alpha. And of course, we also are a sponsor for Token 2049. So Coinstore is actually an exchange, mainly focusing in emerging markets, okay, to connect quality projects, okay, into different parts of the world. Mainly our focus is to actually help Web2 users and also projects to actually penetrate and also to get into the Web3 space. So you will see a lot of us appearing offline, arranging for events, and also talking to project partners and connect VCs, marketing agencies, and also KOLs with the rest of you. Okay, today I'm very happy to kickstart the Dubai this event, because as you know, I mean, some of you don't know, we got a license in Dubai for trading, and also at the same time, we are setting our office here as well. So to us, this is a very important initiation, okay? And of course, I would like to thank our partners, co-hosts, and all our partners, supporting partners for coming, and also our invitees. You guys are thank you so much for braving the floods over. And of course, our sponsor as well, especially thank you for Startland, okay, Mr. Kose and his team. Yeah, he has been stuck in Oman for 3 days just to fly in. And after doing his presentation, he will be flying back to Japan. So yeah, I think we are very touched. Let's give him a round of applause for the effort. Okay, thank you so much. I'll pass the mic over to the next speaker, who is Manfred Chew, our director for Southeast Asia, and he'll be like speaking about Coinstore and who we are and what do we offer to help you get to know a little bit better about us. And then after that, we will have the rest of our program. Thank you so much. Manfred, please. Yeah.
Thanks, James. Oh, sorry. Give me a minute. Green button. Good afternoon, or good morning. Hi, I'm Ben Fred. I think, thank you so much for being here. Probably this is the second time you guys seeing me on stage, if you came for the BC. Anyway, what's the event without a keynote from Coinstore, right? So I'm here to actually present more of our products and services, some of our latest development, and some of our most exciting, I think, partnerships or like upcoming trends that we foresee. Okay, what's Coinstore? We actually incorporated in 2020, but the actual fact of us actually start operational, getting bootstrap or like getting everything up and running is actually somewhere in 2022. So at the very epicenter of the winter market, right, where Bitcoin was actually about 30 plus, right, we actually launched, right. Some might say that we are brave, right? You know, at such, uncomfortable market condition we launched, but we actually bite through and like struggle through, persevere through the whole of the winter, and we are where we are today, and we actually accomplished way more, right? So how much more we can accomplish in the years to come? So for us, right, we are not at our very final product. We are still growing. We are still innovating. We are still actually developing, right? So we have amazing UI UX now, personally, I feel. And definitely not at the end product. We have our own Web3 wallet. I think other exchanges, some of the bigger, like top tier exchanges actually do have their own Web3 wallets. But we have our own Web3 wallet. We are actually further developing our Web3 wallets. Our Launchpad, our IEO, is one of our flagship products. Right. Down the slides, I will actually give you more data on our IEO. And offline events, like where we gathered here today, we have done tons of it, like close to 100 last year. Big, small events. So those are the things really set us apart from the other exchanges, because we believe the online and the offline presence. Okay, some of our data. To date, we have about 7 million users. Right. At the peak, we are actually having about 150,000 daily users. But let me draw your attention to down our Launchpad. So let me move back. Since the start, once we launched our Launchpad, right, we have actually launched 44 projects into the market, into format exchange. On average, we actually did about 3.6% of the subscription, a total of 45 million. Bear in mind that we actually actually start the full operation at 2022. So in such a short period of time, we actually accomplished quite a number of milestones. Our subscription amount is from 100,000 to the one of the biggest one, 5 million. And I'm proud to say that we actually oversubscribed the 5 million IEO. So all these are the things that I think as an exchange is our pride. Some of our user demographic, our distribution. As you can see, most of them, I think, besides India, South Africa, right, a lot of them are the emerging markets. So we are actually wanting to target more of the emerging markets, giving them more opportunities or like a platform to use. You all right, bro? Yeah. And this is something that I think, apart from Coinstore, I don't really see other exchanges are doing. It's our network system. Meaning to say we have about 100 business development across 15 countries. Why is this so important to us, right? Is to establish a network system so strong that we can have first-hand information, first-hand news on the ground from individual countries, rather than waiting for the common source for the news media and stuff. No offense, but I think they are great. But we want information faster, so that we can best position everyone, all the projects, all our counterparts, all our partners, right? By 2025, we are expecting to grow up to more than 500 employees globally. In comparison to 2025, we'll be about 5 years old. Then we'll go. The reason why we prioritize all this, right, is the speed of the market. We want to catch up. We don't want to be left behind. And we also identify that with networks or employees with us, gives us a first-hand advantage in terms of resources. So we can reach out to KOLs, community leaders, even regulatory bodies, that we can find out and work hand in hand or have a deeper collaboration with them. So this is definitely one of our stronger pillar in the company structure. So, as we mentioned, enhancing global partnerships from the regulatory bodies to associations, business associations, right, and even news media. So we have identified all these as major partners that we have or we will and we wish to work together to better position the company, the brand Coinstore, in the local markets, and not just keeping the resources to ourselves, to our partners also. We could do the business matchmaking, we could link up with any resources, be it crypto or business side. We will be the point of reference, right? So these are the things that we pride ourselves to offer beyond the regular exchange services. So as a company, we actually also identify like the projects or like how can we further enhance collaboration from a B2B perspective. We have identified like our founding teams, they have the vast experience and knowledge of how to build a great project. What's different between good and great? How to further develop a project? What is needed in a project? Community, KOLs, what kind of strategies that we need to apply to drive certain kinds of milestones or to achieve certain kind of milestones agenda. So with that, we actually came out with a 5-step process. What are these 5 steps? I will go through later. But why is this important? Because simply, it's just not us as an exchange giving the resources. It's us as internally, but it's us as an exchange acquiring resources, not simply just by ourselves, from our partners, to use these resources to further enhance our partners. Because we believe that partnership actually works. Like, more partnership should be actually fostered. There's a selection process, so we actually will grade projects, right? So where you are now, what's your milestones? What have you accomplished so far? What's your community size? All these are key information for us to make a selection. After that, like how do we go through that selection, right? So collaboration with VCs. So some of the VC recommendation, hey, I'm the lead investor for so-and-so project, so and so forth. Like this project, they recommend it to us. Next one is also through our business development. Currently, we have about 100 business development all over the world, in 15 countries. Day in, day out, we reach out to new project parties, new project founders, CEOs, CTO, CMO, all the C-suites, decision makers, right, to offer services like such. So we actually have about, on the average, we are reaching out to close to about 1,005 projects daily in communication. So these are the networks where we actually spread across the world to gather first-hand information, project parties, everything, to offer services like that. Second, identifying core products. So I've mentioned like Launchpad is one of our flagship products. On top of it, our Web3 wallets. So infrastructure is something that we can actually provide as a platform. Right, increase utility and the GTM, how we want to launch the market. Next one, building effective content productions. This is basically touching a lot of KOLs, content creating. What kind of media, what kind of content, what kind of angle that we're wanting to angle for project parties, for you guys to better enhance the audiences, to reach out to the audiences. What's the best way? Not all projects are the same. There's no one common solution for everyone. So every project is different. That's why everything is very bespoke. Everything is customizable. And we're willing to go the extra mile to actually make sure that whatever you're offering is actually the right fit for you. Creating a global effective community alliance and community. So we actually tap into our Coinstore community. So our KOL strategies, which I will further touch on later, is actually we break it down into 3 different kind of KOLs categories. And each category has its own purpose and for us to foster different kind or achieve different kind of results that we set forth. So I think it's very important, rather than clustering everything together as a KOL, we actually categorize them and really fully tap into their strength of their community and achieve users' adoption. So that's where we actually share strategies, offer GTMs, go-to-market strategies, pricing, market making, so on and so forth. So all these processes or selection processes where we have identified is what is basically required for a successful or good project. So identifying all these, not every project has the bandwidth to actually cover everything themselves, right? So we are actually wanting to complement the areas where you have identified that you require certain assistance on. That's where we come in. That's where we can offer services as such. This is the offline events I actually mentioned. I think BD's network is something that we are very strong at. The second thing that we are strong at is also IEO. And this is the next, one of the next thing that I personally feel that is our pride and joy, is offline events. The reason why we live in offline events, right, is actually to have this human touch, right? Get to see you face to face, get to hear from you, like get to experience the rain together, the flood together. All these are very important. I feel the human touch element is as important as just a service rendered. Cryptalk is something of a bigger scale. Like we have online streaming for Cryptalk. Cryptalk is more for educational purposes, meaning to say we can have the East project party speaking to the West audience, vice versa. So we have Cryptalks happening in London, that Asia project parties are able to address the audiences via online, giving a keynote themselves. Conferences, this is our second conference. The very first conference we had was in September last year. That's where we have a brand launch. CS Connect is a relatively smaller one, where we actually pre-book a smaller event, getting 20 to 30 like-minded crypto players from the local community come together to share more. And expos, we actually attended 22 expo. I think Token 2049 was the very present one. It's ongoing. So the next few expos that we're going is predominantly from the Southeast Asia side. We have Malaysia blockchain, we have Vietnam, we have Confess Bali. So if you are going, you can definitely see us there. Why expos are important, right? Like, for me personally, I feel that expos are important because it's everyone everyone comes for all walks of life, different countries come together for this particular event where we can mingle. And everyone have the same objective, is to network, to get to know more people. Right? Everyone will be singing the same song. Everyone is set forth with the same target. So this is where we can exchange information, learn more from each other. So expos are something I personally feel is great. Some of the quick talks we had in Bangalore, India, and the Philippines. Yeah, this is our logo sign. Some of our CS Connect is a more cozy setting. This was last year our Coinstore brand launch, held in Singapore. So as I mentioned just now, earlier in the slides, our IEO, our launchpad, right? All this is numbers, real figures that you actually can go and see on our platform. But definitely this is not our final product. We are still improving, we are still wanting to achieve the new high. But this is where we are today. So we have upcoming, we do have, I'm going to share more about this enhanced IEO that we believe that can further collaborate projects to bring the project to the next height. So this is our KOL strategies. As I mentioned earlier, we have 3 different kind of categories of KOLs. And how do you categorize them? Why do we categorize them this way? And what's the individual use of each KOL? We have Coinstore ambassador. Teamster, sorry, let me just move back. Teamster and CS League. But so they are just KOLs, right? Cool. Coinstore ambassadors. Coinstore ambassadors, their goal or their agenda is to actually drive users' adoption to a particular project. So project party says, hey, project owner can say, hey, we need more user adoption. Our use case, our token price, our volume, and so on and so forth. We will be using Coinstore ambassador. Each ambassador minimally needs to have 500 community members. I'm saying the organic community members. Next one is Teamster. Teamster is definitely to enhance the brand's visibility. And CS League is more of the content, video, something that we will tap on to them to create. Right? So all in all, they all serve the same purpose. They are our third-party KOL strategy that we have fostered or we built through our way of BD's network in the local market. Then we can accomplish all this. And we are still refining the selection process as we go along. So maybe next time the requirements will be 1,000 community members for each KOL, so on and so forth. Because we understand that building networks like that requires some like time, confidence level, and also we wouldn't want to dive both feet in. We also want to ensure that things are moving accordingly. So, Coinstore Ambassador Program, our objective is to have community to drive user adoption via community leaders. So angles of how do you want to push them, what kind of, how you want to position the project in front of a community, all these are very important. Right? The narrative that you want to paint, you want to put forth is very important. And this particular program, we just launched it last year, December. So you guys are one of the first few to actually get to know about this. Right? So Coinstore resources is not simply just about Coinstore. And we believe in a motto of sharing. How do we fully tap into each other's strength? The future plan, to actually foster bigger, deeper collaboration with such KOLs for bigger community. Teamsters is definitely one of KOL, their task, right? And we utilize them to platform like Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. So far we actually reached out to, we have 570 Teamsters across 20 countries. So local market penetration, right? Rather than a generic one, more of a very localized market penetration. And Teamsters do promote it in their own mother tongue. Development, definitely to enhance it, to see what's the best way. So it's still a developing thing for the KOLs also. CS Leagues, yeah. So they are the one that actually create content to push to their community, to our community, for project parties. Why is it so important is there's always it's an ongoing thing that you need more content every day, right? Like photos, videos, more content, not simply just from your team itself, not simply just from an exchange, but from other KOLs across the continent, the different continents, to push a particular project, push your agenda out. All these are very important. CS League, our development is actually to refine and to process. We have a dedicated team in the company to actually correspond with all these Teamsters, all the different kind of KOLs. And their sole task is to keep refining the requirements and refining the processes to ensure that we are achieving the right results. Right? But we definitely feel free, like if you have any ideas or suggestion, do reach out to me. We can discuss more. And for Coinstore as a platform, why will people like KOLs choose to work with us? We do give them certain kind of assurance. What assurance, you might ask me? Some of the assurance like benefits. So some of the benefits that they might get or will get are full allocation for IEO. Instead of being a diluted sum, they have full allocation. They have first-hand information of certain projects. They have probably a discount from purchasing, but there's tasks given. Like if they accomplish certain things, they have unlock certain kind of achievement, they get certain kind of benefits. So it's a tiered system. This is to ensure that work is done, ensure that both parties is a win-win situation from the KOL and from Coinstore and from the project party. So all these are very important. We have system in place to ensure that people are not are mutually beneficial for everyone. So I think it's a very fair system where monetarily is being protected, like the KOLs are protected, right? So they will not suffer any financial losses, and they get more benefits. IEO 2.0. IEO 2.0 is definitely enhanced. So everyone knows the current IEO process. Like they launch into, from an exchange perspective, they launch into an exchange. But IEO 2.0 works slightly differently. What's so different is we work closer with the project party. Deep collaboration. How deep, you might ask me? It's to the point that I will need to know what's the roadmap. What's the roadmap for the next 6 months? What are the 3 roadmaps, milestones that you can accomplish in the next 6 months? Why is it important? Because with this, we can customize a strategy with different stakeholders, right? To formulate a GTM, a go-to-market strategy. At what time, when we announce the news? How do you want to announce? Which medium we want to use? Which channel we want to use to announce the news? All these are very important because instead of going in the market without a plan, this IEO 2.0 is us working hand in hand together to formulate a winning strategy from an exchange perspective, tapping into the exchange resources. Essentially, we are unlocking all our resources to work with you guys to increase the odds of succeeding, increase the odds of covering different areas. So this IEO 2.0 initiative is definitely something that I would say is a bit unique because we are not eating into equities. We are not going into as a stakeholder. But we are putting ourselves out there together with the project owners to accomplish the same goals and tapping into the resources. Definitely, ultimately, promising projects to not just, for the next 6 months, a healthy growth, constant engaging in communities, constant growing in your community, constantly developing. So if I'm going to put in summary IEO 2.0, you continue to develop your product, you continue to grow your project. For me, I will cover the rest. I'll build community, I will engage the community, I will release the news. So this is how we work together. Sounds easier. And this is, Coinstore Labs is something that we're going to release sometime this year. And Coinstore Labs, like Coinstore, we also believe in collaboration, working with the right people in the industry to accomplish the right results. This is something that we want. So definitely we are still eagerly looking out in the market for, if you're a VC, if you're a market maker, or you're infrastructure, right? If you have anything that we could possibly collaborate together from a Coinstore Lab perspective or from Coinstore perspective, feel free to reach out to us, myself or James, or anyone in Coinstore T-shirt, right? We are more than willing to have a chat with you guys to understand more about any viable opportunities to work together, right? The market is so big, we require each other. So this is like, if you are in any of such categories, like incubator, VCs, anyone in the audience, if you are in such categories or you feel that there is certain value that you can, or opportunities that we could possibly work together, after probably the event, reach out. We could have a chat, right? I would love to get to know you guys more. Anyway, that was my last slide. Thank you so much for your time. And yeah, I'll pass it back to Dalit. Okay, done.
All right. Thank you so much, Manfred, for a very comprehensive overview on Coinstore. So guys, I think if you have any potential collaboration that you'd like to discuss with the Coinstore team, please feel free to reach out with any of us with the Coinstore t-shirt, and we're happy to discuss and take it forward from there. Okay, so next up, to get our project site keynote started, I would like to welcome someone very strong to sort of discuss about permissionless DVT. So without further ado, let me welcome please guys, a round of applause for Matthias Ang from SSV Network. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. Everyone well? All good? Cool. Matthias here, okay? So one of the core team member for SSV Network, all right? So today I will share with you about permissionless DVT, a distributed infra, and also higher rewards in terms of like Ethereum staking side of things. I think before I go into this, who here stake Ethereum? Any Ethereum stakers? 1, 2, restaking? 3, okay, cool. All right, so let's keep this. Okay, so I think in the whole industry over the past few months, everyone have been talking about getting permissionless and decentralized pool, all right, to actually form something what we call as a staking utopia. So before I even go into how to create this staking utopia itself, so what is holding us back right now currently to actually create a staking utopia, right? So blockchain have their own blockchain trilemma, which I think majority of people know. Staking, we also have a staking trilemma. There's always a trade-off between robust and profitable, permissionless and profitable. So this trade-off tension itself are usually caused by centralizations. I'll give you an example, very simple. So today, Lido itself, they have a very robust infrastructure, but they are centralized. But they are profitable, all right? Then if you go to Rocket Pools, they are permissionless, they have a robust infrastructure, but not really profitable because of the effectiveness in terms of attestations and all this stuff, okay? So why is this very important in terms of that? It's because the trilemma itself is important for us to help Ethereum to be able to scale more, because at the end of the day, every individual transactions have to go through validators, all right? And also in terms of the securities of Ethereum, and last but not least itself, to let Ethereum maintain the ethos of decentralizations, okay? So what do we actually need now? Okay, to actually create this staking utopia is to decentralize the validator sets, that's one. And you saw economics. Due to the economic skills of running a validator, staking, and all this itself, it does not really have the necessary incentive for the large operator to actually shift their current operations into a more diversified sets and a more decentralized sets, all right? So, I'm from SSV Network. So, anyone here heard of SSV Network, by the way? One? Okay, cool. Okay, so SSV Network itself is a decentralized infrastructure for not just staking, but also restaking, all right? It is a initial Ethereum co-research technology, all right? We are born from Ethereum Foundation project itself, okay? So it's called distributed validator technology, all right? So what is distributed validator technology, right? So maybe I'll stand a little bit here. So current moment of time when you run a validator itself, one key to one machine, all right? So any component of the machine you are running a validator go offline, or let's say your cloud has some issues because of bugs and all this itself, the whole validator will go offline, and you'll start missing attestations, block rewards, and all this, all right? So what distributed validator technology or SSV do is that it allows you to actually multiple machines collaboratively run one validator. And with, of course, client diversity, cloud diversity, or even we talk about geolocation diversity. As you can see, validator can be run in like class 4, 7, 10, 13, depending on the type of fault tolerance you want, all right? So in a distributed validator setup itself, if you have, let's say, a cluster of 4, one machine, maybe one of the client like Prism or whatsoever went offline, you do not need to worry about your overall validator go offline as long as the other 3 machines come into consensus. So same thing, attestation still go on, block proposals still go on, okay? So there's no single point of failure, and we are the very first, I think. Yeah, we are actually the very first, not I think. We are the first DVT network with fully zero coordinations operator marketplace. Today, if anyone want to run a distributed validators itself, you just need to go in and pick any operators you like to work with according to your one. Then the network itself will pick up the smart contract transactions and dynamically create the cluster for you. All right, fully permissionless. So, I don't want to go too technical itself. So basically, DVT work in a way of a decide and sign module. All right. So how it works itself is that when beacon chain actually gave randomly a validator as a duty, so what happened is that the duty will be picked up. Then you will go through some kind of pre-consensus. Then every individual operators, there's actually a random leader selected. Okay, so every individual operator will actually go through the duty. There's no one person or one operator in the cluster itself that make the final decision. No, everyone need to go through the duty, check it to make sure that it's not a slashable event, it's not a double signing event. Then it come into consensus. What happened is that the key itself is going to be split into share keys. After the consensus, what's going to happen is that it will actually aggregate the signature using threshold signature scheme. And after that, all of them will broadcast together to the beacon node, which actually help with the liveliness of a validator. All right? Yeah, right there, which I kind of mentioned already. Running distributed validator in 12 seconds is really as simple as that. Okay? Yeah. So I think it's a new piece of technology. A lot of people will probably worry or, kind of think of how's the performance and all this and stuff. So we have been on mainnet basically for the past 8 months or so, but we did a secured launch or a guided launch itself. We fully launched the mainnet permissionlessly somewhere December. 3.5 months right now, according to all the data we collected, we are performing average better than an average single validator setup. Currently on mainnet itself, there's around 17,500 validators right now using the technology, including institutions, including our ecosystem partner, including LST, RRTs, whatever you mean it. So, all right, I will tell you more. So this is a performance. It's a good thing, all right? So I think everyone knows Lido here. So Lido have did simple DVT tests. Are you guys aware of it? Right? So we did a Lido simple DVT test, and this is about to go on mainnet somewhere next month. So for this simple DVT test itself, Lido will actually brings around 0.5% of the newly staked ETH to be distributed to the operators, working closely together with us, utilizing SSV infrastructure to run the validators. All right. Some of the partners that we are working with right now, probably a lot of them are very familiar to you guys. Renzo are working on integrations right now with us, about to go live soon. Etherfi is already running portions of their validator using SSV. Puffle right now on testnet, but we are already actively doing integrations. Lido and I think the rest of it, like RRTs, prime state, and P2P as well. Right? Yeah. So I mentioned about infrastructure for restaking as well. Ultimately itself, when you do restaking, every ETH itself is staked at the end of the day. That's why when you do restaking, there's a base yield where it comes from. the Ethereum validation API. Okay, so to them, after speaking to a lot of them itself, they all focus on three main things, which is decentralizations, censorship resistance, and also at the very same time security in terms of their validator. Of course, performance as well. All right. So these are three main things they are looking at. It's a key thing that they are looking at, because ultimately today, if they actually run the validator using SSV itself, it's much more distributed, it's much more fault tolerance, it's much more decentralized. All right? Yep. So, I mentioned about the economics of, skill for Ethereum staking. Larger operators don't have the incentive. So the DAO itself actually come out with a mainnet incentive program to actually kind of suggest and also to kind of give them an incentive itself to actually diversify their validator sets to be more decentralized and diversified. All right? So our mission over here, very simple. What we are looking at itself, we are basically right now in a hyper scale mode. And what we are looking at right now is by 2025 itself, we want at least 1/3 of the stake that's currently running itself to be transited into using DVT setup, a more diversified setup. All right? Yep, that's all. Quick and simple. Thank you. If you guys have any questions, can take some. No, yes, no. Right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Matthias. I think that was a very deep insight on permissionless DVT and the staking and restaking economy. So next up, we have a keynote as well, before we move forward later to the panelist sessions. And this keynote is a completely different sector from what we just heard from Matthias. It's from a metaverse and the gaming subsector. And the project that I'm about to welcome after this is a massive project within the space. They already have a massive community, specifically in Japan and also the Philippines. So guys, please join me in welcoming the founder of Startland, Mr. Kausai. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. I just arrived here in Dubai because my airplane 2 days stay Oman. That's why I'm just coming to delay. Then I later only 2 hours going to airport, then go back to Philippines. Thank you so much. Then I just starting to about our Startlands. Why we here only just not about the metaverse project and also the gaming project, because we now planning to issue the token also. That's why I will explain about my community. This is the Startlands. I'm founder and the CEO Kosei. I'm Japanese, but our base in the Philippines and also the Japan. Our members, almost 19K, and also the followers, 45K, and also our regular employee. This is the creator and also 3D CG designer, and also the developer, also the game dev. We have the regular staff, the 100 plus, the regular staff in Philippines. They also our business development with here, the metaverse, NFTs, games, animations, education, hotels and travel, and also the payment gateway, and also the cooperation with the municipalities. We have the OTA, online travel agency, the booking site, website. Then here the metaverse market trending. This is almost the global market about the metaverse. Now here, later on, they're going to the 1 trillion yen, the market value. There are also where the Web3, the communities in Japan, they're mostly strong, and there's many active users from Japan. Then this is the Startlands, the metaverse. Our overall the size, the approx, the 250 kilo square meters. This is almost the times 5,350 the Tokyo domes. This meaning, what meaning? Our metaverse, the using to the X2, Y2, same Google map sites. That's why our Startland is the sci-fi city. This is the only just part of here. This is our full map, the 250K the square meters. This is the 20 by 20, and also this is the Kochi government, the Japanese local government, or we already have the comprehensive agreement with them. And also this Startland, the NFTs, the land, already sold out, everything. Here, our creating the games in the metaverse. This is the Startland MMORPG, and also the Battle Royale, creating MMORPG and the mini games, and also across the entire metaverse. Then here, the event venue. Our metaverse is the only not virtual, where our metaverse is the real plus metaverse. We call it the realverse. That's why we have the event hall, and also the exhibitions, and also the conference hall. Then this one, we had the 333, the packs, and also the 666, the packs, and the 1,000 packs. We already finished here the events for the comprehensive agreement with the Kochi mayor. We invited the Japanese many broadcasts and the medias. Then this time that we do inside the metaverse, and also the physical venue in the city hall. Then here, everyone can enjoy with the free avatars, because our metaverse integrate the play to earn, free meta earn avatar we have also. Then this is our collaboration with Kochi City, Japanese government, the local government. He, the mayor of the Kochi, he also joined to the avatar. Then this one is the news in the broadcast of Japan, the many TV stations. Then what we do, Kochi area expands sales, the channels to local specialties, and attracts the tourists. They're also here. I think this is the first time that we gonna make inside our metaverse the official Kochi City Hall. We're gonna provide the government services, and also the payment taxes, and also of course the healthcare, and also the educations together with official Kochi governors. And to create the relationship population and the promotion and the migration and the development of the new market or digital space. That's why I think the other metaverse only just game, and also for just fun. But our metaverse, how to close to your life, the real life, then we can integrate here, the retail sale, hometown tax payment, tourists. It's official from the Kochi government. That's why we can integrate everything. We already partnership with the Waseda University, IPS Kitakyushu. Waseda University, the mostly highest class, the university in Japan. We already partnership with the Waseda University, the Kitakyushu. Then what we do, this consortium center, Professor Yoshie, he the first pioneer AI, the studying system. He have the many rewards from the many events and also all the world. Then to contract was the university inside the Startland metaverse. And also the student that took up one of the Startlands, the courses can be a member of the Startlands. The student will be given chance to make their own game inside the Startlands metaverse. Then this is the official member, the certificate from the Kochi University. Then, of course, we're gonna do the consortium inside there, the hackathon, ideathon, together with the Waseda University and also the local government. Actually, we now planning to more than partnership with the Japanese local government, almost 40 cities. That's why we will cover full Japanese local government, partner with the Startlands. It's official. Then this one is the metaverse, the version 1, version 2, version 3. This is I think for future, like the Web 4 and the Web 5. Web 4 is the real plus metaverse. And also, I think the Web 5 is the partner with the local government and also our company plus community. It's I think the pump the more high traffic to the users and also the social issues. It's the creator for the future. And also I think the people join to the metaverse. This is the Startland current innovations. Here, the TripStart. TripStart is the online travel agent. We have license in the Philippines. We can do we already integrate the API together with for example, Booking.com and also the Agoda, everything. We already integrate the API. This TripStart, what we can do, like the cheapest travel tracker. For example, if you research here the hotel, the Palm Hotel, there you can see like the Skyscanner, cheapest, the top, yes. Then here, eSIM start. We're gonna be start eSIM. This is also eSIM integrate to our metaverse. Then here the start MMORPG. We have the player to computer and also player versus player. And also we have the 3 versus 3 and 5 versus 5. And also the guild type versus guild. They also start connect. Here, this one is our event hall, convention center, and also the conference hall. Then this is the coach government, the coach land. Yes. Then here, actually the very difficult English. I'm not good English, that's why he can translate. Here, the game builder system, for example, the NFT holders can be created without the coding, non-code game builder. They can publish the game, they can earn money also. ここは説明してもらっていいですか？メタバースと AR の VR の統合をします。
So here we integrate metaverse with AR and VR.
はい。で、普通の今までのメタバースというのは普通にメタバースをバーチャル上でやっていたんだけど、これはポケモン GO のようにアプリを使ってその場でゲームをプレイしたりして、そこで AR と VR を活用してゲームができるようになってくると。
So we are building like our Pokemon Go like application that you can experience our metaverse through like any devices. Then we will be using AR and VR so that you are like immerse yourself in the metaverse.
はい。で、さらにはこれをリアルのイベントと融合して、リアルのイベント上でイベントをしてもメタバースの中で一緒に統合して、例えば地方自治体とかと一緒にそこでプレイトゥーワンの要素とかもこの中に含まれてくるっていう感じですね。
Also, we are not only inside the metaverse, but also we are planning to hold kind of physical events. Then you can experience that physical events while you can also experience the events in the metaverse. Then planning to have a lot of events with even like local governments.
Then also we're going to be planning to the esports, the Startland. This is we're going to be partnership, the global esports companies. Then we're going to be open the tournaments. Then 1 versus 1, 3 versus 3, 2, 5 versus 3. Then of course we're going to be put the winner fee. Yes. Then also in the futures, the metaverse can be also played using VR, the headsets and AR for more immersive experience. Also, I will later, if someone want to give my calling card. My calling card is if you scan, we already using our technology for the AR. Not only just character pop-up, we have the promotion video, everything. You will know about our technology, what I said now. Yes. This is the Startland's the real verse. Startland のプロモーティングは、リアルバースと、リアルとメタバースの融合してデジタルとリアルの世界をつなぎ込むと。そのために地方自治体とかいろんな大企業と協賛して一緒に仕事をしてます。
So our main concept is real bars. We call that real bars, which is the combination of real world and metaverse. That's why we are establishing like relationship with like very famous universities and also leading companies in Japan to realize this concept.
Also, the game on the Startland, the metaverse, the cross-platform, of course, computers, MacBook, Windows, and iOS, Android. We're gonna be launched this year. I think we're gonna be planning to this summer, the August, because we already starting to development 2 years ago, their own self. Then now almost the 70% already completed our metaverse, and also our systems. Yes. We have the own marketplace. One marketplace for the Web3. One marketplace is for Web2. Web2 is we already partnership with the #1 biggest Japanese payment gateway listed company. They're gonna be do the, for example, e-money, then also credit card payment, convenience store payment, then also bank payment. Then the Web3 market, of course, we're gonna be launch the dApps for the wallet. I think that we can do the launch the next month. Then here, the future impression, the game of the Startland, the metaverse, VR and also the AR. This is that we're gonna be integrate, and also that we're gonna be launched to the digital apps also. Then also that we now talking with the Philippines government for Expo 2025. It's in Japan, Osaka. We're gonna be making for Philippines government Philippines pavilion in Japan. はい、これ説明お願いします。これ難しいんで。これ読んでもらっていいですか？
はい。So let me read this. Startlands aim to be the top game changer and innovator for the future of the metaverse. We have like 4 sections here. Startlands game launcher. So we are planning to establish this one. This is for game library where you can play games, then you can like experience the metaverse. Then the next one, the right side, Startlands Game Builder. This is for you to create your own game without like coding. But you are a programmer or familiar with some coding. You can also create your own games by coding. Then this one, left side below, Startlands Marketplace. As he said earlier, we have our own marketplace that you can purchase our NFTs. Yes. Then the last one is Startlands Marketplace app. So we are developing applications to access our marketplace from through your smartphones. Yes. This size for esports. Once the MMORPG and its PvP are implemented someday, esports event will be held, showcasing a fair and competitive gameplay between the players. As you can see here, this PvP has 3 different ranking systems: 1 versus 1, 3 versus 3, and the 5 versus 5. So you can build some guild like team. Then you can battle with other teams so that we can encourage people to get together to join this metaverse. Then even if you are alone, you can experience our like battle game. Then also not only battle game, we have a lot of types of games now.
Yes, there also this esports, the tournament, already we're planning with the Coach City. Then also we have the venue already. After we are launched about our metaverse, we're gonna be official Coach City, the esports tournament, the Startland in Kochi. We're gonna be happen to the September, this coming September. はい、これもお願いします。
Yes. Let me read. Promoting fair competitive play on esports. Startland's metaverse encourage a fairy gameplay for its esports games. So there are, as I said, there are some types of games are now being built. The first one, the main game is MMORPG. So you can explore in the metaverse, then do some missions to earn some points to be used in the metaverse to buy in-game items or something. Then the right side is Battle Royale. This is also you can play in the metaverse. In some areas, it allows you to do this Battle Royale. So we are planning to launch a lot of or any types of games in the metaverse.
Then also we have the NFT, the collections, the Neostaki, and also the Crypto Ninja World, and also the Panlo, and also the Startland, the land NFT. This is our primary market. Sales, the first market is almost the 4.5 million US dollars. Then secondary market, we already sold almost the 80 million US dollars. Total almost the 22 to 23 million US dollars. So we already sales. Yes, then also non-NFT holders, they can do play to free avatar using for the game. But if you have the NFT, our collections, you have the free avatar in the metaverse. It can be play to earn, and also the more high scale, the free players. はい、これお願いします。
Yes. Casino inside MMORPG. Players are offered to try their luck with various games in chance in the casino minigame, allowing players to experience the thrill of laying their bets. So we are now have this casino area in the metaverse that you can play the casino games there.
Actually, Japanese players are illegal about the gaming for the casino, and also, but the other foreigners can be played. This is we not operate. We just partner with some online casino companies. Their operation inside, but we just create for the building and the assets and everything, slot machines, tables game, baccarat and poker tables. We just making that, but the operation is the other country, the other partners. Yes. Then for Japanese, they can do just for game, not only gambling. はい。でこれお願いします。
So here, you can find the information of tokenomics. Actually, we are planning to launch our token soon. Then see the information like main token of Startland's metaverse. Built on the Ethereum blockchain, utilize ERC20 and 721, then facilitating seamless transactions. Then also, it's that token is connected to our StarGP game points. Then by utilizing the tokens, we can also empower our metaverse system or any kind of games. Then also by playing the games, you can earn some token.
Yes, also the chain. We not fixing this about we will use for the cross chain using for bridge. That dApps also we're gonna be launched soon. This is just for text-based. They are writing ERC20, but ERC25, there are of course people not good experience about the chain, the transaction fee. That's why we're gonna be put here the cross chain, using the bridge. Yes. Hi, thank you so much, the Startlands. Also, we are happy to hear the coming here because the Dialing and also the Amal always thank you for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kausai. It was a very deep analysis of what Startland is doing within the metaverse space and their future plans. So guys, I think moving forward, if any of you would like to sort of integrate your product or your project within the Startland ecosystem, you can reach out to me. I can get you connected to Mr. Kausai, especially if you're specifically targeting the Japanese market. I think they're the right partners to do so. All right, next up, before we move to our VC panelist session, we have one last keynote, and I think this is going to be very interesting as well. We have Rohan from the Roam team, the CMO of Roam, specifically presenting about Roam and how they connect with people. Thank you. Round of applause, guys, please.
Hey, everyone. First of all, thanks for coming. I know it's been pretty hard to get around Dubai last couple of days. I'm Rohan, CMO for Roam. I'll be talking about what Roam is and what we're building. So what is Roam? Roam is a global decentralized Wi-Fi network which aims to bring 628 million guest Wi-Fis into one global roaming network. We plan on doing this by using technology called open roaming and by incentivizing the users to be a part of the network and help growing the network. Now, the problem with the Wi-Fi today is that it's very, very fragmented. It's under control of big telcos. There's issues like repetitive logins. Public Wi-Fi is clearly not secure. The coverage is not the best, and it's really hard to monetize single locations. So how Roam is going to bring a change onto this is, as I mentioned, using a technology called open roaming. Open roaming protocol is a protocol developed by WBA, which is the World Broadband Alliance, which basically creates the rules for all the telcos and all the companies on how the Wi-Fi is going to run and how the product is going to work. The easiest way I can explain open roaming to you is, imagine when you walk into your home and you automatically get connected to the Wi-Fi. You don't really have to go into the settings, select the network, put in the password, and connect. You just automatically connect. That's what essentially open roaming is for you. You can walk into any of the open roaming network nodes and you will automatically get connected to the internet. However, there's some problems with the open roaming system as well. The adoption has been slow. It has been around since about 5 to 7 years now, but the adoption has been super, super slow. Issues like lack of incentives, the hardware is not updated, coordination issues, and login sharing. So Wi-Fi is essentially free, but who will pay for the upgrade? With Roam, what we're trying to do is we will be incentivizing the users to upgrade the Wi-Fi, upgrade their hardwares, and implement an open roaming node onto their platform. This will essentially help negate the cost which are involved in getting an open roaming node running. We have 3 basic structures with Roam. One is the Roam app, one is the Roam protocol, and one is the Roam miner. Let me explain more about the Roam miners. So Roam miners are just a plug-and-play solution which you can plug into your existing home network and just establish an open roaming node right away. You can mine the Roam tokens, earn rewards, and it is, as I said, open roaming compatible, and it's Wi-Fi 6E. This is basically enterprise-grade Wi-Fis, which you can find in buildings like this, or maybe the malls or airports, right in your homes, which you can deploy in public places, like a coffee shop, let's say you own a restaurant where there's a lot of traffic, and you can earn rewards, and the users can enjoy amazing Wi-Fi. The Roam app. So this app is basically available on iOS and Android right now. Users can download, create their own accounts, and they are able to mine crypto, which is right now our token, mine the token, and add networks to the Roam network. We right now have over 130,000 networks on the Roam network where users are able to walk into and connect to these networks easily, seamlessly, and at the same time earn rewards. We also have some gamified quests in the app, such as leaderboards, competing with the friends, competing with in terms of sharing stuff on social media, and at the same time referring friends. The best part of our app is the check-in validation. Now, this is a new protocol that we're building on the Solana blockchain where people can check in onto any of the nodes that are already on the network and confirm their location and geolocation, in which users can validate using the check-in, and the guy who has deployed the network can validate the user via the check-in, which is all on the Solana blockchain. So as it's on the blockchain, it cannot be cheated and it cannot be faked. So the user has to be in that location to be able to check in into either of these nodes. Let me show you the Roam network and how quickly it has grown. This is the Explorer that we have, and as I mentioned, we now have over 130,000 network nodes. This is the Roam network. You can see, as we're based out of Vancouver, these pink spots are all the networks that are based in Vancouver, where you can just walk into either of these areas and get connected to the internet right away and earn rewards. Now, another interesting part is new countries and emerging countries like Nigeria, where we almost had no community, have grown crazy in the past couple of months, and you can see the growth rate in Nigeria. Now let's see for Dubai, because we all are in Dubai. You can zoom into Dubai. All these pink spots are the network nodes that are available in Dubai and where you can walk in, connect to the internet, and earn rewards. M-Points is the ecosystem currency that we use right now, and we've deployed over 100 million by now. Check-in is the geolocation-based check-in. Recently, we logged in over 10,000 check-ins per day, which is a new all-time high for us. And the app users since the video has grown over to 65,000 active users daily. Let me also introduce the Roam app to you guys. So this is the Roam app. This is where it's going to be showing you how easy it is to connect to an open roaming node. Right now, the Roam app has not been installed or account has not been created, so you need to have a login, password, and stuff. But with the Roam app, you just create a wallet. It's going to take a couple of seconds. Your DID has been created. You back up the wallet. You give yourself a name and a referral code if you have one. And you do the finish setting up, which is going to install an open roaming profile into your phone. Now, this open roaming profile enables you to connect to over 3.5 million nodes right now across the world. Now, the phone will automatically connect to the Wi-Fi. You had to do nothing. You just have to walk in and see in the settings app, it will automatically be connected. You don't need to require a password or username. The check-in feature is here where you can check in and confirm your geolocation onto the node, and it's on the Solana blockchain. This will be a transaction that's registered on the blockchain. You earn a sticker, and you earn the M-Points reward. So essentially, you can check in as many times as you want throughout the day on as many network nodes you want. So this is the Vancouver area where we're based. So as you zoom out of the map, you will see how many network nodes are growing in the area there where we are. All of these spots are the spots where you can go and get connected seamlessly. You don't have to do anything, and you can essentially earn M-Points in all of these spots. This is the app. So as I mentioned, today we're available on the iOS and Android app stores. I guess the PPT is stuck, so you guys should download the app. So guys, download the app today. Sign up your accounts, install a DID. Let's roam together, and let's start earning rewards. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Rohan. I think that was a very deep discussion, a presentation on how Roam plans to connect millions of people across the world. So I think the next session is something that we all are waiting for. It's one of the main subject or highlight of today's forum. We have a lineup of A-list VCs from across Asia and across Europe as well, that we're going to be discussing about how VCs find the next unicorn in the public chain space. And for that, it will be moderated by Steffi, the head of relationship of Mindfulness Capital. And the panelist speakers would be JT Law, partner at IVC, Omar Osden, chairman of Rocktree Capital, as well as James Wo, co-founder of DFG. So I would like to welcome the moderators as well as the panelist speaker up on the stage. Come on, guys. It's the main highlight of the night. Let's give a round of applause, please. Sure.
Oh, thank you. Great. I think it's the perfect timing to talk about finding the future alpha, right? Along with the upcoming Bitcoin halving and the adjustment of the market. So first of all, I would like to thank you, DFG, Jsquare, and also Coinstore to invite me as the moderator of the panel. So I'm head of ecosystem at Mindfulness Capital. We are also an early stage venture capital invested in Web3 space since 2018. So we already invested over 50 projects, including Sandbox, Animoca Brands, Chingari, Cortesi, and like Bitcoin Layer, etc. And now today we have a lot of estimate VC panelists here, and they're all very sophisticated. So to get started, could you please share more about yourself and the fund with our audience? Probably start from James.
Sure. Hi, everyone. This is James, founder and the CEO of DFG. So very happy to be here. So I started this investment vehicle back to 2015. So it has been 9 years right now. So one thing that makes us slightly different than the VC is we actually don't have LP, so it's 100% in-house capitals. So we've been using that to buy in Bitcoin first and make a bunch of active investment back to 2016. And then we invest into tokens stuff from 2017. So far we have been investing to more than 100 different projects all over different sectors, layer 1, layer 2s, and different applications as well. We manage above $1 billion right now, so we are still looking for a good project to invest.
Hi, my name is Omar Osden. I'm the founder of Rocktree Capital, Shermu Ziben. Our headquarters are in Beijing. Our approach to investment, we have two important theses. We really focus on founders. That's super important for us. We have members on our team that are trained in behavioral neuroscience to be able to determine the aspects of founders to be successful in Web3. The second aspect is that we're really east-west bridge. Part of our team is in North America looking for early stage founders, and the other part of our team is in Asia, primarily Greater China. And so when we find projects in Asia, my team in the West will scale them up in the West. And when we find projects early stage in the East, my team will scale them up in the West. And this takes a lot of effort. So the MC earlier said, we can help you find the next unicorn, Du Zhao Shou. But actually, unicorn is too boring in crypto. We're looking for the next decacorn, 10 billion market cap and above. And so, Shi Jiao Shou, that's what we look for.
All right, that's pretty good. I'm JT Law, partner at IVC. IVC is a early stage venture capital for Web3 based in Taiwan and Japan. We first started in 2021. Prior to that, I was actually an investment banker and actually built up a platform for what was back then called security tokens, sold it to T0 in the United States, and then joined the blockchain space just because I think it was getting obvious back then that the regulation was going to take a lot more time. Since founding and investing with IVC, we've done about 220 investments. We focus a lot more on the application, consumer, and games level. So we have about 100 investments in the game space, which has been very timely. A lot of them are now coming to a market in terms of product, as well as coming to market in terms of token. So It's been very interesting, actually, I think, just to have gone through this down cycle, as I'm sure the other panelists has, and I think that is probably like the biggest experience, and maybe some of them have gone through more than one down cycle. And I think that's really what's gonna give us the knowledge, experience, and insights to really pick the winners for the future.
That's great. Thank you so much. And since we also have so many OGs here in the house, I mean, to get started, I think we can start from something light, right? So we also talk about cycles. We always talk about cycles in the Web3 industry. So what are key differentiators you think between the last cycle and this one? Probably we can still start from James.
Sure. So I think the obvious difference is Bitcoin ETF. So I'm not sure whether the certain ETF will be approved by May, but I would say, there's very at least a good chance for a certain ETF to be approved eventually, and it could be other ETF later. So overall speaking, with all these approvals of different ETF, it's actually help onboard. Yeah, what we have all been doing is about onboarding new people into the crypto space, right? So ETF did an amazing job about, it's actually help a lot of people who don't have account at Binance and OKX to directly buying Bitcoin through the ETF, right? If you have a broker account, you can just buy Bitcoin ETF, which potentially owning Bitcoin, right? So it's actually help us to actually onboarding whether that's institutional investor or retail investor. So this would be a very important milestone for the whole crypto industry, because we actually through this ways we can onboarding more investors. The other is about in 2017, the bull market came, the only use case is the ICO. And in the last bull run, we can see a lot of different use cases came out in different sectors like DeFi, NFT, probably metaverse as well, and there'll be others in like all these different sectors. In this bull market, it's even too complicated for me to list all the sectors in the crypto space. So actually, on the investor perspective, we can onboarding more people by this ETF. But on this like application level, because we have so many these kind of end user applications, using cryptos through this application, which is also help us kind of getting more users, natural crypto users. So from both angles, we will see this bull market will potentially last much longer and probably even more even healthier than the last a few bull cycles.
Yeah, I agree with everything my colleague said here, and I'll just expand upon that. Obviously, the Bitcoin ETF is a major development in TradFi investors entering in the Western markets. And now we see in Hong Kong there's been ETF approved for Bitcoin and Ethereum as well. And we may, maybe this cycle, but definitely, like I believe in the future, we're going to see a flippening, which is right now gold ETF is about 100 billion in assets, and Bitcoin is 50 billion. But one day, Bitcoin will, I believe, be larger than gold, and so there'll be a flippening, and that'll send a big signal to the entire planet that this is indeed an asset class, digital gold, and that will activate even more TradFi investors. And I think the important aspect is there's a validation there. So you see a lot of family offices now getting into digital assets on both sides of the Pacific. That's really important for this cycle. We've seen the banking regulators approve the use of banks can now under Basel have 2% of their assets in crypto, the major cryptos like Bitcoin and Ethereum. They can hold 100% asset-backed stable coins as well, unlimited. So these are all big things in sort of the traditional space. And then to expand upon the narratives, there was a very limited narratives. In 2016, 17, there was just ICO, that was it. And then last cycle, we had NFTs and DeFi, but now we have so many narratives and so many important things, such as modularity, such as obviously AI meets Web3, and Bitcoin layer 2s. And one thing that's important is things move really, really fast. So my team in the United States, early stage, sees different things than what my team in Southeast Asia sees. So for example, we were really early in terms of incubating and working with the modularity projects in the West. And that still hasn't really taken off in Asia, but it will. But then our Asian teams have been really active in investing into the Bitcoin ecosystem area, and that really hasn't hit the West yet. Some of the VCs have woken up to it over the past 90 days, but it was a thing in Asia like 10, 12 months ago. So it's amazing how we see now that there are pockets of organic growth on different parts of the planet.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting observations, especially on the Bitcoin layer 2, right? It's so hot in Asia, and 2 weeks ago at the Hong Kong Web3 Festival, that was a very big topic. In the West, I think no one even talks about it. So it's very interesting to see where that's going to go. It's actually being talked about at a couple events here. So it looks like the Middle East is actually ahead of the West in terms of that. What's very different for us in this cycle is, as a lot of companies still struggle with, where's the adoption, where's the usage, right? Not even getting to, are these projects, are these, protocols, et cetera, are they, do they have users? Is there transactions, is there volume, are they making money? What's very different about what we see with our companies now, certainly the ones that we invested in, 2-3 years ago since 21 that have been building, is actually, a lot of them are actually profitable. So it's no longer, the market has changed in the sense that maybe 3 years ago, it was probably a little bit too early. But now, for the majority of companies that are actually going to, launch a product, hopefully launch a token as well, they have users that they're actually profitable. On a cash flow basis, they can actually sustain forever, assuming that everything keeps in their space. And a lot of this is also, especially in some of the spaces we focus on, which are in gaming, right? A lot of it's also because, they have basically embraced a Web 2.5 model. They want to monetize off the Web3 users, which is a small but fast-growing user base, but they won't forsake the Web 2 user base, right, which is historically a large base. And if the product is good, they will pay fiat for it. So at the end of the day, for a game, they get users with both Web 2 and Web 3, some on separate servers, some on the same servers, but they're basically profitable.
Right. So since we already touched a little bit about Bitcoin ETF and Ether ETF, actually, I think we would all consider it, or the common sense is it could be a beta, right? So since we are talking about alpha, and extending a little bit that you already touched a bit about Bitcoin layer 2, so what kind of sectors or narratives that you are particularly interested in, and you think that it might capture the future alpha? So we can start with James.
Yes, thanks for the question. I think I think one thing to tell the difference here is about the business model, whether the business model will last, will work and being sustainable is really the key here. Because just to give it one example, I'm not saying GameFi is good, GameFi is very good, but it feels to me, at least at this stage, the simply play to earn model doesn't work. Because the point is like all the users actually grab the value from the ecosystem, right? So instead of that, you should have a healthy business model which users actually inject value to the ecosystem, then grab the value from outside the ecosystem. It should be more healthy, right? But right now it's the simple play to a model without the gaming being a lot of fun, people willing to inject the value, then it didn't work. So creating a more sustainable business model in the long term will be the difference here. So if you can find anything which will not like being popular in one cycle, but that will disappear in another cycle, then it will be something probably at least worth taking a look. Could be the potential next alpha. I will see. I mean, as far as I understand, I mean, AI is something we feel like particularly interesting here, because we buy, we actually early invest into one protocol called Randa Network. It's a decentralized computing system. So we buy the tokens back to 2021. It goes 100x. But the point is like AI could be, innovative for more than a 4 crypto cycle, which is potentially 4 or 5 years. So it will be innovative for at least a decade or 2 decades or even more. So with that constant kind of narrative keep going on, you will find a healthy business model in the AI. I think, throughout among all the AI projects, then you can potentially find an alpha in in probably some of the certain project. But as a fund or as a VC or as an investor, if you think you can find an alpha trying to beat the index, you could try to outperform Bitcoin or Ether. It's always hard. I will tell you the truth. It's 95% or 90% of the fund won't beat Bitcoin or Ether at all. So being very, very selective and careful when you make the investment. If you are not certain, just beta is good enough for you.
Yeah, expanding on some of these narratives for Alpha, AI meets Web3 obviously is a main theme. We looked at a lot of projects, and we had one in the past cycle, which I think will do well. We have one now, Covalent CQT, which actually is the largest data reservoir on Web3, which is utilized by AI. And so we have high expectations for this project. In terms of modularity, layer ones were the past 2 cycles, but I think the modular infrastructure will really see the sunshine in this bull run. So, for example, we have a project that we've been accelerating called Eclipse from Silicon Valley, which has Solana VM, Celestia DA, and Ethereum settlement. And so what it does is, instead of a monolithic on one layer one, you can take the best of many parts of blockchains and components of that for developers to receive the benefits of the different sections of these components. And so I think that will be big. And I mentioned earlier Bitcoin. The way that we look at it right now is that, so we've invested in a number of Bitcoin ecosystem projects, GGX, BEVM, and so forth, and I think these will all do well. We see a lot of the degen activity in Asia. Some of these actually have major ecosystems. I think BEVM has 30 eco projects developing on it now, which is quite impressive. But I think we're thinking about this more long term. So in the short term, you have a lot of degen activity in Asia, TVL, primitives being developed. But in the West, this is just our view, will eventually start to catch on that actually the most resilient chain for blockchain, it's not Solana, okay? Obviously Solana's had its technical issues. It's not even Ethereum, because Ethereum has legal issues. The SEC has not cleared it as a non-security. There's only one chain that's being cleared as a non-security, and that's Bitcoin, and it's the most decentralized. And so if I'm a TradFi investor and I want to develop an ecosystem on a chain that doesn't have these types of risks, and I want to put $10 billion, $20 billion on it, and so forth, these other chains, they have those types of risks in terms of technical risk going down and also legal risks, but Bitcoin is the one that's proven to be most resilient based on Lindy effect, based on securities law and so forth. So I think projecting this out 3, 4, 5 years in the future, this can be a good option for a lot of TradFi investors.
Yeah, our perspective, from a fund perspective, because we only do early stage VC, means that it's a very long investment cycle, right? You invest, the company takes 1 to 2 years or even 3 years to develop the product. By that time, who knows what the world's going to be like by that time. So we obviously have some themes, right, that my fellow panelists have covered on. Some of them are actually becoming pretty obvious, like AI, et cetera. And AI meets blockchain may actually be the perfect use for blockchain. So obviously we invest in that. But a lot of, right, so this gets to the more qualitative part of the investing. And this is our takeaway from our first fund, right? A lot of companies that have survived to this day, some of the ones that listed in the last few months because the market has recovered, are very different from what they set out to do 3 years ago. So when we start investing, yes, what is the theme that they're trying to do, right? Is it suitable for today, next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? But really, if things change, how flexible is this team? Do they just give up when the going gets tough, or do they pivot? And most of our successes, games company from the start, later on they pivot, to become a layer 3 chain, gaming chain, success, right? Whereas a lot of people, if they stuck on what they were doing, that was not the route that was going down. Because in an environment where the narrative is changing, I would really say 6 to 9 months, right? Things are hot, things are not. The flexibility is really key, and that is for us, that's a huge consideration because we're not liquid, right? If it's a liquid token, you can say you don't like it, you met the team, you can press a button, and then that's out of your position. For us, it's like we're stuck with it, and once it's a position, we need to do everything we can to make sure they're all survivors, and ultimately they can be winners.
Yeah, I want to actually, like what you said, I really appreciate. It's the most important aspect of our investment thesis at Rocktree. So we really look at teams, and the way we look, even before we were investing in Web3, when we were investing in mobile e-commerce Web2, the most important thing was the team. When you're early stage, the team, it's okay to pivot. And there will be good times and bad times. And with a good team, when it's bad times, you can still work through it. But the problem with a bad team is that when it's bad times, okay, things go bad. But you know when things get really ugly? Is when it's good times. When it's a bad team, especially in Web3, we've seen it. Like, okay, it can be a shit show, excuse my language. So I think teams for us, the psychology of the team, the integrity of the team is really important, because if you're always gonna face adversity. There's gonna be times where you have to pivot because the landscape, Web3 moves so quickly. And so to just echo your point, this is, I think, for us, the most important aspect.
Yeah, I want to add one last thing to this, is the integrity, right? So we actually had 2 projects shut down. So we said, well, this is bad news, they're gonna shut down, right? Because we don't want losers, right? But after two years, they actually said, well, we're gonna shut down, and we have 75% of the funding that we still have, and we're gonna return it. That won a lot of my respect, because they didn't go and blow the money. Some teams did, right? And they shut down because they ran out of cash. But these teams said, we use the money sparingly, but we tried to pivot, we couldn't pivot, here's the money back. Maybe we'll think of something, will come back. And for these guys, we will remember, right? If they come back, that we'll give them credit for what they did.
Great. I'll also add a bit on that, because we also have 2 projects actually refunded us in full last year. I think I really like the reason why the founder tells us, because we asked them why you want to stop the project, because it's a very dedicated team, like 5 people, so the burn rate wasn't high. And what he told me is that because he found there is a conflict between product market fit and product founder fit. So he said that what the market likes, what the VC like, is not something he wants to do, right? So he said he didn't want to do it. So that's the reason he shut down the project, and he offered us the refund in full. So I think this kind of spirit is really like how the crypto native people or the Web3 should be, right? So it's not just a sector or narratives that people are just like talking in a heading or a trending. So that's very important. And so the following question would be, I know that you also have different theses. So can you share like some of the examples of successful investment you've made in the last cycle or last year or even this year? The parties you.
Okay, so yeah, we've been making some good investment, and of course we made a lot of bad decisions as well. So I think for the good ones, at least I think the history won't simply repeating itself, right? So if you're using the same logic in 2017 or 2021 to make investment right now, it's absolutely wrong. So it's more about the industry is evolving, and there will be new narrative, new things came out. So you have to be creating something like your investment philosophy should not change, but the strategy of your investment should change. So what we learned here is it's more about whether this project can really solve one problem in the crypto industry. Because a lot of projects they do is like, okay, I'm going to solve a really big problem, but eventually it doesn't happen, right? So it's actually you are aiming something very big, but you are doing very little. So I'm thinking about whether we can do this type of investment is like okay, we are just investing to something which is very, very realistic. I'm solving one problem of the industry. I'm aiming probably target at one specific country and being the largest protocol there, that should be good enough. So that's actually kind of our investment strategies, like last year and this year, and it's turned out being pretty successful. For example, we are actually one of the large token holder of one protocol in Japan called R-Star. So we're buying the token from every round of it. And right now, it's still small, it's less than $1 billion, but we're buying the token from $30 million. I think what they do is they've been very, very focused. They actually been super localized and focused in the Japanese market. So everyone, Japan recognized they are probably one of the best protocol in the world, and they would love to deploy their application on top of that. And they also nailed down very good enterprise partnership in Sony, Toyota, whatever, the largest enterprise in Japan. So this is actually important lesson to it. It doesn't seem, if you compare this with other so-called layer 1 protocol in the whole market, it doesn't seem like, oh, this is very outstanding. But because it's so focused, it's so localized, the aim is very clear. I'm solving only one problem of the whole industry right now, then it turns out to be pretty good investment. So I'm thinking about, when we make the investment, we have to select the founders and the project to be more realistic and really make things work. So that's actually, one of, actually my suggestion to all the investors.
So Rocktree has two styles of investment. One is like a traditional VC where we invest, we can help them strategically and so forth, but we're very passive. The second style of investment is a merchant banking style where we invest and then we will dedicate 5 of our team to become the internationalization arm of that team. And these are crypto native that have the relationships with the exchanges, VCs, partnerships, marketing, and community development, and so forth. Every Web3 project needs this, but a lot of them don't necessarily focus on this. So actually, we've had successful investments in this area, and we've done many investments like this, like Chainlink, and actually one that we did with a friend here, Phantom, and so forth, way back in the day. But the projects where we became the internationalization arm, we did much better for these projects like DYDX, Graph, XLR, and so forth. And so we find that a lot of founders, they focus on product. And those are the best founders, actually. And that's important for us because we need the product to have high integrity, cutting edge, and obviously work. But that's not enough. Crypto is 360 degrees of effort and experience. And so community building is just as important as the tech. For VCs particularly, the exchange relationships are just as important as the tech. The marketing and branding is just as important as the tech because typically you have a utility token and you need use case and you need supporters and so forth. And so what we help the projects when they're scaling is to help them develop teams that are outside of their comfort zone. So we focus a lot on the psychology of the founders. We find that a lot of founders, they just hire guys that are more like them, okay? And so that's a big failure in any organization. You need to have a disparate type of psychology and type of skill set and so forth. So it's kind of like when you have 2 cousins getting married, their children, the result is not so good. If you hire all guys who are just product focused, very conservative and so forth, actually we find those Web3 projects don't do great. So we encourage them, we help them to expand in terms of the type of people they hire. We dedicate team members for this aspect, and that's where we get the best returns, these types of projects here.
Yeah, I would just follow up on that point. There are projects we invest in, and they're so good, they actually don't need our help, right? And those are the best projects, right? They're on their own. They, when they report, they say, we count this, we're gonna pivot, we're gonna do that. We're like, wow, great. They don't need our help. Then there's ones, well, obviously, the ones that die are the ones you try to help them, and they don't want your help. They need your help, but they don't want to listen, right? And those are very hard to save. So those you let them be, right? You try to save them, but if they don't want to save themselves, that's tough, right? Then there's one, I think the majority of them, right, maybe a good, if there's 20% that are great, 20% that can't be saved, then there's, the middle of the road 60% where they're very strong in certain something, right? Maybe they're very strong in the product or the product market fit, right? But they're very weak in the go-to-market, since a lot of what we do is consumer application level type stuff. And those are ones where I think because we focus a little bit more of our investing, we actually create ecosystems, right? So if I'm looking, so when most people think, hey, we're investing in games, they just think, oh, you're investing on the content level. You're making a game and that's it. But this is one small piece of the total value chain, right? What is, what's the marketing and the distribution, the publishing of the game? What are the payment system, right? What about the tooling, the game engine, the chains, and even now the AI tooling, right? What are all the things that can make their life easier so that they can focus only on the content production and not a lot of the tech or the business? Because at the end of the day, right, why a lot of companies in this space failed 3 years ago was because a lot of this was not available. They had to do everything. And it's not good. No team can be a master of everything. Now I think that's actually been de-risked a lot because there's a lot more systems and tools, right? With AI, especially for our industry, it is going to decrease content costs. You can produce a lot more content in a much shorter amount of time and decrease cost, and that's going to improve the experience, right? Think of it just as a game, right? It's a fixed ending, right? Now it can have variable endings, right? And that incremental production cost is very low. So the beneficiary of that is going to be the user and the player. So that's why we've seen a lot happening in this space, and also, right, really. The big winners, right, I think were just very, very flexible, right? This year, I think this cycle, I think we probably could have seen last year that, hey, ZK, L2, L3 is probably going to be a theme of this cycle. How long it's going to last for, I don't know, but you could say it's going to be a theme of the cycle, and it has been a theme of this cycle, right? So some of the people that were in product and content basically said, you know what, maybe I'm not so good at this content, but I'm actually good at technology, I'm good at marketing, I can onboard others. They made a switch, and it's been very profitable for them, right? So I think that market sense, one, the company either has it, or two, as the investor, you have it. So we have a company that was a former game guild, right? Play to earn doesn't work anymore, so they basically became user acquisition, marketing, distribution. And their cash flow even, because distribution is still a huge problem. They're about to list in May, and we actually said, you know what, why don't you rethink your model, because the model's good, but it's not great. How about you think about an L2, L3 type model? And they said, that's a good idea. Let's talk about it, right? That's going to create a lot more value than if they just go out continuing to do what they've been doing.
Great. I know we talk a bit about modularity, right? Talk about mass adoption, talk about how gaming and AI tooling, that's all very practical angles. But because we are talking about find the public chain alpha, right? Unicorn, right? So we just take one little step back. We've seen in this cycle, I think that's very interesting, is that we've seen a lot of OG layer ones, right? What we call OG layer ones. They are pivoting to different directions. Some of them pivot to actually L2. They decided to be a middleware, like out of the whole competing Zoom of L1s. And we've also seen that some interesting ecosystem that's stimulated by meme coins, for example, Degen on base, right? So there are lots of interesting stuff happening on this different OG layer ones and different sectors, and they capture some momentums within their ecosystem. So what's your take on these layer ones and public chains and on this phenomenon? We probably still start from James. I know DFG is the early backer of lots of good L1s like Sonana, Cosmos.
Yeah, sure. So I think this is super positive. The worst case scenario is, you're raising too much money and you're being a layer one, it's not popular anymore, but you're trying to turn this into an asset management company. So this is probably the worst case scenario. So you're not thinking about making an improvement, right? So as I said, every circle is different. We have a lot of new narrative for this circle, like AI, deeping, and a few others, which didn't exist in the last 4 cycles. So if this OG layer 1 protocol always trying to make improvement, trying to fit into the new narrative, that's actually a good thing, right? So it at least proves that you are still making progress, try to fit into the new things and make sure this is a good project. So this is actually, on a fundamental level, it's positive. But more importantly is, as I said, you need to find one angle really make things work. So if you only talk about, you know, I mean, I'm going to solve the scalability issue, let's say, right? So, I mean, a lot of layer one actually are pivoting that. That's probably one of the most important question or problem of the industry. I'm only trying to solve that issue. But the problem is not all the application, you know, need that level of scalability. For example, if you do lending, right? So I don't think you need really a high TPS. It doesn't make any sense because you can borrow money, then return the money probably 90 days later. It's not a you know, application that need like a, you know, high TPS, but some of the application may need that. For example, if you do really high frequency derivative option trading, that probably need high TPS. Or you have some scenario in so-called AAA gaming, that probably need high TPS. So it depends on what things you are aiming at, right? So if you are only talk about one thing without embrace the new narrative, that's actually a little bit dangerous because even though you solve the problem or you partially solve the problem, then nobody's using it. So it's always actually good to see these OG projects trying to fit into the new narratives. And that's actually a very, very positive signal. For me, I mean, if I see this signal, I would rather buy this coin rather than sell the coin. So it's actually a positive thing for me.
So in terms of where we are in 2024 and layer ones, I think that we approach it a little bit differently in terms of other aspects of infrastructure. So for example, one way to approach it that we take is cross-chain. There's 3 really solid cross-chain projects out there, and we've backed one of them. We look at cross-chain as in the past, like if you remember the internet, it used to be intranets in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and then they were brought together to become one internet, and everything was abstracted away so that nobody knew that they were using CERN or Stanford or whatever intranet. And in the future, blockchains are going to be like this too. Like people aren't going to care which blockchain they're using. So right now, the trajectory is that 25% of all transactions in Web3 are cross-chain, and so some of these cross-chain, the leading cross-chain projects will have these layer one valuations. They will be like the layer one because if you're on that platform, then you're on all blockchains. So that's one way of approaching it. Another way of approaching it is modularity, and I already discussed that. You can have different components. You know, Ethereum is still super important in terms of security, decentralization, but there's new tech out there for data availability. There's new tech out there for virtual machine and so forth. And so this can provide more flexibility, but approaching it like a layer one, building upon this tech. And also just layer 0 communications layer, layer 2 roll-ups and so forth. That's another way to approach it, because I think like just developing a new layer 1 monolithic, it just takes a massive amount of work, and you have to have ecosystem projects. And even the last bull run, there were so many top layer 1s, but to tell you the truth, like if you know about these projects, a lot of them are ghost chains today. There's not really anything happening on them. So we're looking at it from a different perspective.
I'll add on some notes here. We don't do a lot in public layer 1s because we only do private stuff. But we get a lot of private market data, and we see where things are going. Number one, I would say a lot of the L1 chains are going towards gaming because it's what drives transactions. And we know because the chains come to us and say, you know, we're going to do a pivot, we're going to do this. Let's talk to your game companies. Let's see how we can work together, right? And I think, you know, the most obvious example of this is something like Avalanche, right? It started out as a financial chain. Now, now when you see them in the booth anywhere, it's all monitors and shooting games and all sorts of other fun games, right? A lot of the other chains, you'll see them are making their moves here. And if, you know, what's the most obvious move, right? They start giving grants to game companies. That's usually how it starts before, you know, they get a critical mass of products and projects to launch. Very interesting. What has been really interesting for me this year has actually been the observation of the merger of chains, right? So, I'll just throw one example out there. This is not investment advice, right? It's just very interesting to me. And, we talk to them because then, they have a gaming or content focus, and then we end up discussing, and a lot of it is kind of just, planning for the future. So, for example, there used to be a gaming chain called Clayton, right? They were pretty prominent, and then they kind of became ghosts, right? So now something big is happening, right? They're basically merging the communities of Line and Kakao, which are chat as well as payment platforms in Japan, Korea, and other Southeast Asian countries, right? So now all of a sudden, you actually have a lot of users, right? Existing users that are either playing games, Line games, or actually using it for ride hailing and making payments, right? Now you can use your imagination as to where this can go in the future, right? But very consumer, very app focused. I like this kind of story, right? It feels a little bit like a Telegram Ton kind of story. And then the more recent development, which I didn't look into, right, but I saw the headline, and 3 AI chains are going to get together, right? There is a lot of benefit to, I don't want to say centralizing, but consolidating the users, the transactions, right? It's like three chains, 3 names, 3 teams, 3 marketing budgets. Users are all spread out, liquidity is all spread out, maybe 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3 in this case. So I think these are really interesting observations, and I think we should expect to see, actually, I think in a lot of these, right, 2 weaker parties put together may actually be a stronger party that actually has a chance of winning in the future.
Great. So because we have limited of time, so for the last question to wrapping up this panel, what's your thoughts or what's your expectation on the market for the following three years, like from now, like except for the taxi boom?
Yeah, I'll be very, very positive on the market. I mean, on the economy side, course, I mean, Fed is probably going to decrease interest rates, so which is a bull signal for not only about crypto but also the whole stock market. So it will probably last for a while. So when more capital has been put into stock market or crypto market, it's actually very, very positive, right? And as the approval of the ETF, actually the ways for the capital to enter into the crypto industry has been much wider. So there's a lot of ways to enter into crypto industry. So this is pretty positive signal. And we see a lot of actually great developers, and they're, moving into the space. This is also a very positive signal. Some of my schoolmates actually consider starter project in the crypto space. This will never happen in the last bull market, but it indeed happened in the recent months. So this is actually very, very good, actually positive signal for me. So I think combination of everything, I think in the probably next 2-3 years, I'm still very, very bullish on the market.
So I expect the market to go up, and I expect the market to go down. And so actually, this will happen, obviously. But I want to just give our perspective on this from New York City and also from Beijing. So in terms of the Asian perspective, a lot of us have the consensus that these positive macro conditions, bull run, will really taper off by the end of the year. So we've probably got another, 7-8 good months, potentially maybe even less than that. Some are predicting October. So that's the Asian view. If I take the view from New York City, the US view, it's that it would last much longer than that. It would go to March, maybe April of next year, so another 12 months. And this is primarily, I think, because in Asia, I believe that the bull run actually started around September of last year. And we were in bull market conditions, and you saw the appreciation of prices of both altcoins and Bitcoin as well in Q4 and Q1. But then the SEC was scaring a lot of Americans, suing Coinbase, suing Binance, CZ's challenges as well. And so the bull run really didn't start in the United States till probably 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago. And we're in that territory now. But the West is a little bit late to the game. And so their prediction of how long the macro conditions will last, I think that they've already been going for 6 to 8 months already, very strong. So It's hard to, nobody has a crystal ball, so I'll just wrap it up with it's going to go up, it's going to go down.
As usual.
I mean, that kind of sounds about right, but I hate timing the market because really smart people can't do it. They're too late, too early, too late. The way we see it is you really have to invest in things where it does not matter where the market is, right? And our view on that is, with increasing automation, with AI, people are going to be working less. When people work less, what do people do, right? Well, they do unhealthy things like spend time on social media, watch video, and play games. So that's where we're deploying our assets in the sense that, it doesn't matter where the economy is, it doesn't matter where the market is, right? These people will be consuming digital content and digital entertainment. And then, right, if you have good product, you will be able to monetize. And then, the market really just determines the exit valuation multiple of these things. But, in a down market, we hope that all these survive.
Great. So I think, price, just a reflection of the market. And the most important thing is we are all working in this emerging industry. Like VCs and founders, we all together. So that's most important. And here comes to the end of the panel. And thank you so much for this insightful sharing. And thanks for our panelists.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephen.
Draw me something. We have a number of shooters. We try not to overload.
Especially about digital getting it. You have it. Okay. I think we can talk about it. Good to see you. Okay. I work with the DIC. Oh, you're the DFC. Without marketing. Myself, I'm one of the. Really nice. Yeah, we chat. Absolutely. Yeah. And mostly we do alpha places. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
So you're based in Dubai? Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, but we do
Sorry, can we? Yeah, let's take a photo together on the screen. Share the photographer just asked us. Sorry, I'm just gonna burn for a second. Let's take a photo together. The photographer asked us. Awesome.
But at the back, we're gonna go back.
Yes, the panelist speakers, can we have a group photo, please? Yep. Okay, so you can connect with them later, please. Let them take a photo. So can we take a group photo, yeah. Okay, guys, we'll have a short break for now, for about 20 minutes, and we'll reconvene for the next sessions following this. So please help yourself with some refreshments, coffee, juices, and also we have some light bites as well. So please help yourself. Thank you. Yeah, short break. Okay, guys. If I can get your attention, those that are outside, we'll be starting shortly. So if you can make your way inside, please do. Please feel free to bring your coffee or your juice. No problem. We'll be starting in a few minutes. So please make yourself inside, grab your seat, make yourself comfortable. Guys, please make your way inside if you can get your attention. There'll be plenty of time to network still, so don't worry. We have a jam-packed guest here. If you don't grab your seat now, they'll be taken. So please, you want to make yourself early and grab your seat, make yourself comfortable.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, guys, finally. I think everyone is so excited to network. But I think we can get started now with our next speaker. So I hope everyone has gotten their coffee and some refreshments, and now I think you're recharged for the next half of the session. We have quite an exciting lineup of speakers as well, and I hope you guys find some insight. I think previously the VC forum was probably very insightful for most of you in terms of what are VCs looking at, especially in the public layer 1 chains space. And I also hope most of you are also connected with some of them. So I wish you all the best. So next up, we have about 2 keynotes before we move forward to our next panelist session as well. So first up, I would like to welcome from Nanolabs, Mr. David Kong. He will be presenting in Chinese, but don't worry, his slides will be in English, so no problem in everyone understanding it. So without further ado, guys, come on, a stronger round of applause for Mr. David.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Jack Kong from Hong Kong. But my English is very poor, so I can only speak Chinese. Maybe this is a good time for everyone to learn Chinese. 我今天跟大家分享的是关于 Web3 的一个发展的一个机遇的话题啊。我来自香港啊，然后我们有做芯片，有从事 Web3 的行业，也帮助香港政府一起推动香港的 Web3 的一个发展。所以我觉得过去区块链这15年的发展呢，核心是建立了一个生态网络和聚合了全球的流动性。那它其实只解决了2个问题啊，一个是代币的发行，一个是代币的交易。所以我把整个 Web3 发展分成了4个阶段啊。第一个阶段就是比特币主导的区块链阶段，第2个阶段就是以太坊主导的区块链阶段，第3个阶段就是 Web3 的原生阶段，第4个阶段就是未来可能产业 Web3 的一个阶段。所以我觉得6个板块会特别有机会啊。第一个就是合规板块啊，第2个就是比特币生态板块，第3个就 Web3 AI 的板块，以及第4个是MIM 的板块，第5个是 Deepin 的板块，以及第6个是 RWA 的一个板块。这个可以点一下吗？后面，这个可能要后面点一下那视频OK, thank you. 不行就算了。OK， 啊，这个是我对比特币的看法。我觉得，以前我们认为比特币超过10万美金最大的障碍是时间，那现在我们觉得比特币超过黄金最大的障碍也只是时间。啊，这里面我对比特币超过黄金的观点啊，这个是我觉得，假设，黄金本质上是工业革命时代宏观社会的选择，而美金是信息革命时代的选择。那未来比特币是整个数字时代、人工智能时代的一个选择。它相比黄金有非常多的优势啊，我在这里讲3点：一个是它聚合了全球的流动性；第2个呢，它又有生态网络的效应；第3个呢，最核心的，我们过去1年也看到了，比特币是有科技创新属性的。所以我觉得8个方面驱动了这轮牛市啊。第一个是比特币生态，蓬勃的爆发式的增长，主要有铭文、符文、Layer 2这些。第2个呢是 ETF， 我们看到香港的 ETF 最近也通过。那第3个呢，比特币减半应该就在明天了，是吧？ 第4个呢，就是美联储降息带来的这个更多的流动性回流到高风险高回报的资产。那第5个呢，就 Web3 的移动端的发展，像 OK Web3 钱包、币安 Web3 钱包这些的发展。第6个呢，我们觉得这个新的原生用户的进入啊，开始大规模的进入。第7个呢，就是交易所卡位，比如说币安抢在 OK 前面上赛此。最后一个呢，就新的 AI 这些叙事的诞生啊，这整体带来了这一轮牛市的爆发。所以我觉得这3个都是一个万亿级美金的一个增量市场啊，包括比特币生态，包括 Web3 AI， 包括 DeepIn。像比特币生态的话，刚好1周年啊，那像铭文、符文、那个 Layer 2啊，我们看到了很多。那最后呢，我们看到就是说，过去15年呢，这个比特币成了一个全球最大的一个数字货币。那但是我们看到这个上一轮期以太坊是主要的发币协议，那我们看到未来比特币的1成大概率是发币的终极叙事啊，就所有的代币都会在比特币的1成发行。同时呢，我觉得比特币生态会是一个1000亿美金打底、1万亿美金不封顶的一个未来大的一个生态。最后呢，我讲讲香港啊，这个到最后。这个，然后我对 Web3 把它就是互联网有3大定律嘛。那我觉得过去工业革命时代一家公司成功需要几十年啊，互联网时代一家公司成功需要10几年，移动互联网时代是几年，而在 Web3 时代我们发现几天时间就有一个10亿美金的一个项目诞生。那所以它是一个更高维度的世界。那我们看到 Web3 的价值是用户数的3次方以上成正比，然后 Web3 的价值呢又是各层相加之和。那同时我们在传统 Web2 时代呢，没有这个就边际用户，你买了这些亚马逊的商品，你没法获得它的代币，但是在 Web3 时代，你早期有消费都可以获得相应的价值。然后我觉得 Web3 是一个长板理论，就任何团队1个人、2个人都能出来创业，而 Web2 呢是一个短板木桶理论，所有的团队都需要用更多的人来对它的这个资本密度、人才密度跟产品跟流量等等啊，所以它这2个生态是完全不一样的。那最后呢，讲讲香港啊，香港过去1年推出了非常多的对 Web3 友好的政策，包括这个香港的持牌交易所，这个包括那个最近刚刚通过的 ETF， 香港也是首个通过比特币 ETF 的这个地区。包括这个马上要推的这个香港元的稳定币，以及最后的那个还有那个 OTC 啊，数字货币 OTC 交易的相关的政策啊，所以这个欢迎大家来香港啊，这也欢迎大家到香港数码港注册大家 Web3 公司啊，谢谢大家，这是我的推特，谢谢。
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jack, for that presentation on Nanolabs. Okay, so next up, guys, we have a guest that I believe we are very fortunate to have and to be able to listen today. The person I'm referring to is actually an absolute legend within the space. This person is known as the pioneer in cryptography, and his dissertation in the 1980s is known to be the first proposal on blockchain technology. So you can imagine, right? I think most of us here is probably familiar about blockchain and Bitcoin in the last 10 to 15 years, perhaps. But, you know, the person I'm referring to has been working on this for the last decade or 2. And his dissertation that he wrote in the 1980s was the first proposal in terms of blockchain technology and cryptography. So, you know, without delaying further, I would like to welcome Mr. David Chaum, which is, I would believe, we are very fortunate to listen today, and he will be speaking about bringing the mass to Web3. Another round of applause, guys. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, Hey, thanks a bunch, Dylan everyone. It's wonderful to be here with all of you, and I just wanted to share with you how I got into all this. I was a graduate student at Berkeley, and I had this vision that in the future, this is 40 years ago, 45 years ago, everything we did as people would be involve computers, and there really were only two ways this could go. Either the Web 2 way or the Web 3 way. Either people had their own keys and could control their own privacy, their own identity, their own money, or everything would be controlled for you, and those are very different worlds. So I decided to see if you could really use cryptography to protect people. Excuse me. And I could start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I could see how to do this in broad outline. And just then, the National Security Agency got a new director. And he said, anybody who has a conference on cryptography we're gonna put them in jail. Can't talk about cryptography publicly. And I thought, wait a minute, cryptography, I can see it's a way to protect people in the informational future. It's too important to be suppressed in this way. So what did I do as a grad student at Berkeley? I organized a conference on cryptography, and somehow they didn't put me in jail. There's a longer story, but then this gave me more time to work out the details. They appeared in Scientific American by invitation of the best journal of computer science at the time. And as you can see, later I started the DigiCash company. We issued eCash. Deutsche Bank issued eCash. We issued our own eCash, Cyberbucks. And more recently, SSV Network to implement mixing. These two color-coded technologies are sort of the basis for how you can protect your own informational life. And then just a few weeks ago, I had another epiphany, the other one I wanted to mention. And that is, technology has reached a point where everything is now different. We can actually get these superior technologies to take over the major aspects of informational life: payments, communication, and identity. They can become extremely disruptive. Let me just share with you an analogy. It's like I've been pushing vegetarian food for the last 40 years, saying, oh, it's healthier, you really should eat it. Well, I'm sorry, it doesn't quite taste as good always, we can't do the foie gras and the, whatever, but you should eat vegetarian food because it's better for you. Well, that's a very hard row to hoe, as we say. So what's happened now is like a new technology emerges, finally, where we can synthesize the molecules of food, make vegetarian food that's exactly like our favorite three-star restaurant, but it's vegetarian. In fact, we can even do better. We can make food that tastes even better than regular food. And we can customize it to your particular tastes. So, and AI can help with this, because the menus become too complicated for people to choose because of all the possibilities. So AI is going to help you order the best meal of your life. Okay. So this is the analogy. Well, that's the same thing that has happened. Just recently, new technologies have emerged where we can actually take the Web3 stuff, which has been very hard to build and match feature for feature, and just make it full out better, okay? And we don't have to even play the privacy card, that it's better for you. It's just better already. We can win in the competitive business world, and it's actually better for you too. So it's the same old principles we're all familiar with here. That's bringing everyone to Dubai this week, right? Decentralization, open interfaces, self-sovereign, and so forth. These are the same principles that I've been working on for the last 40 years. So let's look at those three key aspects of informational infrastructure. The first is communication. Mobile phones. You know, my phone might be getting lousy reception, and your phone getting great reception right here in the same room, because you're on a different carrier than me. Who wants that? I want to, wherever I am, I always want to use the best carrier that's available at any given moment, right? Okay, and so they are competing for my business. I pay as I go for access with digital cash. And this is a very disruptive technology, right? It's cheaper for the users, okay? And they get much better service, so they're going to do it. And then there's network effects. And, you know, when I go online today to look what's the best mobile phone system, those sites are all owned by the mobile phone companies, and they're going to tell me all this. But now when I go and ask, you know, you never want to bet against technology, right? So we have to do something where AI is helping us. Well, if I ask the AI, what's the best phone service for me, it'll tell me right away, this is what we want. Cheaper, better service. It's a no-brainer. So instead of long adoption curves and all this marketing and stuff, no, boom, people will move to the best consumer product more or less immediately, and so we can win quickly. And there are other aspects, you know, but I'm not going to go into them here. The key thing is this is a winning proposition. So it sounds amazing, but there's something that's way better than money. And that is that each person holds their own custom asset portfolio. You don't give all your money to the bank and then have them invest your money. You, like in the barter days, you like Bitcoin, you want some gold, you want this, that, you want to hedge against certain movements in the markets. AI can help you do that really well, and you can accrue wealth because you're not ever holding currency. You're always holding assets which appreciate in value and which match your interests. And so even if you're only making $100 a month farming in, you know, sub-Saharan Africa, you, instead of just staying poor, you can start to accumulate wealth. You can participate in the global economic system, which is really good for everyone because it will make price discovery much better, and you will be much happier. And so Better Than Money is a allows for, you know, so you could pay from one my portfolio directly into your portfolio without ever going through cash. Very low cost. The poor pay 2 to 4% to make payments, right? Not here. And today there's 3.5 billion people, 3/4 of people who are over 15 and have a smartphone and an account don't have consumer credit. And we can give it to them with Better Than Money because, first of all, they're accumulating value and it's secured in this way. And so there's a kind of card in the card system rules that's just below a regular card. The bank still gets the 2%, but it's backed by a secured line that's of assets. So we can give all those people credit and a credit card that works on the credit card rails and even tap and pay and so forth. So it's a very compelling proposition. People are going to accumulate wealth and be able to use it and participate in the global economic system. You know, as we say, what's not to like? Who's not going to want this? Is this a killer product or what? And the infrastructure is already there. All the banks, they can just agree to use it, and then there are network effects again, excuse me. Yeah, and so with a simple user interface from AI, choosing your optimal portfolio, and even custom portfolios that are used for future payments, like if supply chain and so on, that makes the terms much more efficient and the deals much more durable. And finally, with identity, you've heard about WorldCoin, right? How many people were mad when they heard about WorldCoin? Okay, I know a lot of people were. It's like an outrage. I was mad too, and I thought, wait a minute, we've got to, and so there's a 45-year-old open problem. How can you scan a fingerprint or an iris and then encrypt it immediately with strong encryption and then compare it to the database of encrypted identities? If you can do that, you have a secure system. Even better would be if you can only make that comparison if there's a consensus of nodes on the blockchain that agrees to allow that test to be made. Well, this is what I found out how to do very recently, called Project Zanzibar, and WorldCoin is backing us to make a test of that and prove it works and everything, but it's really, really exciting. And in terms of why will this be adopted? Well, of course, it's better for people. They're happy, but that's for a soft reason, because they want to protect their identity. But the hard reason is the liability. If you have a database like this in your company and it gets compromised of just raw fingerprints or iris scans, I mean, you're in a world of hurt, right? You know, depending which country, you have fines and lawsuits, and you can wreck the whole system for other companies. So it's a big, big deal that this data can just remain encrypted forever, and it can be controlled by a consensus on a blockchain. So there's other stuff that we've done for voting and so on that takes this stuff a little bit further. But I mean, the bottom line here is that in each of these three key aspects, right now we can make very disruptive technologies available that can take over these huge markets and all be Web3 based. And this is an extremely exciting phase change in the history of our space. And so thanks very much for listening. Pleasure. Here you go.
All right, thank you so much, David. I think we are very much fortunate to be here today to listen to David speak. I think for those of you who are not aware of who David is, I think just do a quick Google search and you'll be very familiar with him. His name is everywhere. He's an absolute legend within the space, and on behalf of Coinstore, I want to thank him for being here today. All right, so next up we have a panelist session, our second panelist session, and this will be moderated by Ji-Wen Singh from Waterdrip Capital, who will be moderating it, Dora from CFX, as well as Kevin Shao, founder and CEO of Bitrise Capital. And the topic will be on how will new technologies empower infrastructure development. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome the moderator as well as our panelist speakers. Thank you. Come on, guys, a round of applause, please. Roger, please be seated. One minute, guys. I think we're just waiting for Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to see you. There's a lot of my old friends and new friends. And I'm Zhi Wenxin, and my Chinese name, they call me Lao Ge. I'm from a regulated crypto fund in Hong Kong. And we invest infrastructure long-term Bitcoin and do activity management in secondary market. And this is my third time experiencing Bitcoin halving, and the first time in my life experiencing flooding in desert. So yeah, so it's very, very cool. We can sit together and talk about something. So the last few days remind us the infrastructure matters. Today still traffic. Yeah. So thank you for everyone coming here. Our topic today is new technology, how to improve infrastructure development. So after flooding, we think infrastructure is very important. Now, let's know everyone. So from Dora, yeah.
Thanks. Hey, hi everyone. My name is Dora, and I'm leading the business development at Complex Network. So for those who doesn't know about us yet, so we are the only regulatory compliance layer 1 in China. We started our project in 2018 with the mainnet launch in 2020. I think for us, so the chain itself, we were POS and the POW hybrid chain, and also we tried. I mean, the thing we're trying to build is we want to provide some unique market entry strategy for those protocols or projects who's interested to the Asian market, especially in China and Hong Kong. So far, I think for us, we for the past 5 years, we have collaborated with all the local big cities like Shanghai government, and even help McDonald's and or Oreo, for example, to enter the Chinese market with the NFTs. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin. I'm from BRS Capital. Thank you for Wenxin's introduction. I begin my business start in the industry in 2013. Yeah, at that time I'm the minors. I just read the white paper about the Satoshi, and in that time it's my first time to touch the invest when I in the 2013. Then I think after I read the white paper, I think it's a very very valuable mindset in my life. So I trust it and begin to do the business. After the 2017, I began to do some invest in the industry because in that time ICO is very popular. And before ICO, I think most of the time we just can do is just mining and buy some other coin, just something similar like Bitcoin. But after ICO, we think we can do more, build more things on the chain because of the smart contract, because decentralized. Right now, we just focus on the infra in the our industry, and I experienced full cycle in our industry because 10 years ago, yeah. Recently, because at the 2017, we just discuss more about the infra, but still right now we still talk more about infra because infra is very important in our industry. But maybe in 3 or 5 years, we should think about application. Because if we have so many infra, but no one think about the users, why we just use the infra? Because application is very important. So in 3 or 5 years, we think about application is the most valuable area we need to build, and we need to pay more attention on this side. And another my role is that I'm ABGA, Asia Blockchain Gaming Alliance. We set the alliance 3 years ago in Singapore because we think maybe gaming is a very possible can bridge Web 2 users to Web 3 compared to other ways. So this is why right now I build the gaming ecosystem in our Web 3 industry. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. So let's get to started from the first question. I want to ask Dora, which new technology are having the most impact on infrastructure development? How do you assess their long-term effect on the industry? Because I know Complex is most solid network in the Chinese and all over the world. Yeah.
Well, I think if we talk broader in the overall, I think from last year maybe, we can see the overall trend that people in the space shifting to the topic, for example, AI, right? And for myself, besides we can talk AI all day long, I think for myself, I'll be more interested in the track of a DeepIn. I mean, I think we used to call it more IoT, right, Internet of Things. But these days, once we enter blockchain, we prefer to call it DeepIn. I mean, DeepIn from my own perspective, and as for Complex as well, what we're trying to deliver is, as Kevin said, is how to achieve the real application based on those infra that we've seen that many infra that we've seen building for past years, right? And so for us, for example, we have collaborated with China Telecom, and we have developed we call it BSIM, which is essentially a blockchain-based SIM card. And you can take us more like this. I mean, the product itself is just SIM card with some blockchain based in it. For us, we think that can be the next generation real application of the DeepIn. I mean, if we're cross-comparing to Saga, Solana phone, or Jumbo phone example, right? And I think they're building itself the phone, right? Essentially, but us, we can use our SIM cards, which can fully compatible for any phone that currently using. You can be entered into the iPhone, to Android phones, or any other phones, and convert it to so that we have created our own wallet based on the SIM card. It's so similar like a hot wallet emptied into a phone directly. And with that, we can facilitate the real mass adoption of users in the future. We can simplify all those, we call it, blockchain users in the future. I mean, besides of just DeFi, right? I think for those many years, we'll be building what we have realized, like the high entry level for those normal users to understand what is blockchain itself. And I'm not even talking next level of using DeFi, but beforehand, create wallet may be something simple, but they barely don't know what to do next. They might just drop off in the middle once they start learning, oh, what is top up the gas even, or what should I do with it next with my holding tokens. Yeah, and think, in my opinion, that will be crucial for us in next step, and how to drive, as we call this, mass adoption of using the DeepIn technologies.
Yes, DeepIn technology, that's impressive. The next question comes to Kevin. I know you are an investor for many years, and what specific advantage do new technology offer in improving efficiency and reducing cost? Are there any case studies you can share?
Yeah, I remember maybe 2020 in the DeFi summer. In that time, I played some game on the Ethereum. Sometimes the cost is very high. Maybe one interactive maybe cost $200. Why? Because so many transactions just happened in a one time. If you want to fast, you need to pay more. Yeah. But still, I want to do like this because I can make more money. But this is only can support some valuable transaction. If we want to go to a mass adoption for some like social-fi, GameFi, I think it's not reasonable for people to do like these things. So these are a very big problem. Why several years ago we talked more about we want more like other layer 1 protocol because we think this is a very big problem in our industry. And this time, I remember last year I invested a project is called Opside. Right now it's changing his name to Lumers. This project is like a roll-up as service. This project can help you launch layer 1 or layer 2 protocol very fast. Maybe 10 minutes you can earn your public chain. For right now, layer 2 technology can lower the cost, and also they can provide some very fast TPS for your application. So I think this technology right now can help maybe for more and more applications. They can customize their demand for their users because right now we have the technology right now is ready for our builders. So I think this is very benefits for right now if we want to bring more and more users to our Web3 side. So I think it's given me very impressive. Yeah.
That's why you invest in
GameFi. Yeah. Last year I invested, and this year they give. Recently they second round they just closed. For me, I think it's a very good news for me because they are valuable for the industry, valuable for their client. Yeah.
Perfect. And how about Dora? Do you have some opinion to share in your ecosystem?
Yeah, I think the example I just brought before about BISM could be one of a very good example where we're trying to, I mean, because I think these days, all those layer 2 or even layer 3 they're building already enough to, I mean, from the cost-effective side, it's already cheap enough. I mean, like Kevin said about Lumos these days, if you want to do an OP roll up, it can be done 10 minutes. We can deploy a new chain, and the cost of the building a chain is very, very cheap. And for us, I think our key goal still is to bring new users into the whole blockchain industry. And I mean, if we're talking the cost effective, I think, like I said, instead of building an entire new phone saga or Jumpo or others, why we can just use a SIM card, which is much cheaper, and we can just insert any other phones.
All right, thank you. So let's go to the next question. Is about the sustainability. Yes. How do new technologies help infrastructure project achieve more sustainable operation? What challenges and opportunity exist in the practical application? Start from Dora.
Yeah, sure. I think if we're talking about the sustainability, will be crucial if we can comply it and extend our real user cases, right, in the real world. And I mean, from my own point of view, I think remittance, for example, is one very good point. Actually, we can extend it to the global. In Africa, for example, in Latin region, that we can see the huge growth of those remittance using through those stable coins. And for us, this year, Conflux, we have an ambition roadmap. We are collaborating actively with the Hong Kong government because last month they started a sandbox called the Hong Kong Stable Dollar. And Conflux, we will be issuing our own stable wallet, which is called AnchorX. And for this, we hope is to extend the use cases of those remittance between Hong Kong and those I think it can be extended from the small merchandises or even to a bigger picture where beside of remittance and as we understand that the stablecoin these days playing a crucial role. So yeah, I think from the smaller merchandise to bigger settlements, and all can be using those stablecoin hopefully this year, yeah, we'll be deploying on our chain.
That's true. That's true. How about Kevin?
Yeah, because I invest a lot of projects before. Yeah, most of the projects is die in the last cycle because they can't provide some sustainability business model for them. So this is why I think most of the projects right now they think about. But still, right now, I think most of projects they want to make money in short term, not long term. So this is why, yeah, I think I experience lots of the cycle, but still, I want to think about how can I invest to help the industry better, not just to make money. So this is, I think all the investors should to know to think about it. For the gaming, sometimes I also talk with some projects because they think about, because most of the time we just discuss some example like Axie and Steppen, yeah. Last cycle, they make lots of money. People very happy with them, yeah, because every day they can make money from play to earn and move to earn, yeah. But this cycle, no one talk about it because the game is still cannot work, and we can't play the game right now to make money still. So this is, I think, is not a good things for our industry. Every cycle we need to think new things, but the new things can't last a long term. So this time I also will do some research to think about maybe we can find some example, or maybe we can do something to help our startups to make them to think more long term, not short term. And for example, recently we find one of the game is very interesting is Big Time. Big Time, I think the founder is from Decentraland. I think the founder have very good Web3 main site. So when he starts the project, he designed his economic. She don't sell any token to investor. Every investor have the equity. They don't have the token. And in the last cycle, I think like 11 and the startups, they just sell their token and help the investor make the money, and the team also make the money. But still right now, they can't give a very good product to the users. But Big Time, they don't sell the token in the last cycle. They just build their project, build their game. Right now, we can play the Big Time. Still, I compare to the Web 2, some very big game studio, I think Big Time is not very good. But compared to a Web3 native, I think most of the application, I think Big Time is okay. People can playable in the game. And right now, every day, the game can make the income 2 or 3 million every day. It's amazing. Compared to some Web2 game, this income is huge. Why they can do like this thing successful right now? Because I think they have long-term mindset. So I say this for example because I want to tell you is that if we can think about long-term to do our business, maybe we can do different product, not like I think most of the product right now in the Web3 industry, we just the same cycle. If bull market, everyone make money. In the bear market, everyone just very sad because we can't make money. Because we don't think about long-term or sustainability. So I just say the Big Time, for example, is give you a brand new data to tell you in our website, we can do some long-term thing, not just the short-term thing. Yeah, thank you.
That's true, that's true. Thank you. So our next question is about policy and regulation. It's also a long-term story. Yeah. So what role does the government play in promoting the use of new technology in infrastructure? What do you think, Kevin?
Yeah, I think the government, their role is very special for our industry. Because I stay in the 10 years, I know for our industry, the most risk is that not the market risk. Sometimes it's the government risk in a different country, yeah. because most of the time I just stay in the China mainland. Yeah, I remember in 2013, 2017, most of our industry participated. I think it's okay, safe. We are mining in the China. We are do some innovation. It's okay. But after 2017, most of our activity is banned in China. But on the deck, we also can do the things. Yeah. But still, I think because our industry, I think right now still is a very early stage. So we can't separate some is good, some project is good or some project is not good, because it's very new things. We can judge very smart or very clearly. So this time, I think the government, they need to do something. Yeah, I remember, for example, compared to the Korea market and the Japan market, their government have very strict policy for the exchange to listing some token. They have the whitelist, only maybe several, more than 10 token can listing in the exchange. So every cycle, I think most of the Japan users, they not lost so much money on the altcoin or some shitcoin. But Korea, I think, is a very, Korea market, some exchanges, they can decide, I can listing some token. So sometimes I go to the Korea, I just talk with my friend, what do you think about your market? But they think, yeah, it's very exciting. Yeah, today I make money, but maybe tomorrow I lost money. So I think different government, they can, the most important thing, they should to protect the investor. If they can learn the industry more, they can do the better. But I think most government, maybe they lack of the ability to know more about our industry. So most of the time they don't want to do something, so they just ban it. But some good government, they will learn more about the crypto, or they learn more about some new industry. They can give some good guidance to our investor to protect them. So I think government is very important, but we can't tell them to do something because it's totally different. Yeah. So what we do is protect myself, and we should to experience some correct evaluation about our industry. This is why we can do. Yeah.
Also, be strong and live longer. How about your opinion?
Yeah, I think Kevin brings very, let's say, example in China or the Asia market. So myself, I'm Spanish, so I live in Spain. I can bring an example, from real experience, right? Because I think these days, like Kevin said, some government probably doesn't know what they're doing, but however, they do have a very crucial role, such as Kevin said, to protect us as investors. So I remember last year when I was talking with the Spain tax bureau, I was saying, hey, what if I wanted to take out profit out of my Binance account and put it in my Spanish account, right? So tax bureau said, okay, so you're gonna pay X amount of taxes based on the profit, and then I said, okay, so how do you know what is my profit so you can tax it, right? And the bureau said, so we might need you the entire year of a trading history for your Binance account, and we're gonna deduct it from there. I was like, okay. Does that mean, so what if I have 100 pages of my trading history? What if I lost in there or in there? They said they'll figure it out. I think, which means they are telling me they don't know what to do, but as a European, they just want to tax me, right? I think this is very sad. From my opinion, where they are not showing the active attitude saying towards to, hey, want to learn what the blockchain is, what you guys trying to achieve, rather than just either we just want to tax you or let's just ban it. And from that angle, I think at least we are glad to see Hong Kong government, for example, they're trying to do, at least they're trying to listen to the community, listen to our people, what trying to achieve to those sandboxes or any others interesting thing that we wanted to build with the blockchain technologies. Yeah, I think, yeah, so in short, I think government is very crucial, and we generally hope that they can treat us better, at least, and listen to us more generally. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, we hope so. Yeah. Because the time is limited, let's come to the last question. Is about the future outlook. So, looking ahead, how will new technologies transform the future of infrastructure development? Which technology are most promising? Yeah. What do you think, Dora?
I think I can bring some example from the thing we've been doing as well. I'm not sure if we all know China is very restricted with crypto itself, right? It's restricted ban. But we've been building there for 5 years already. And so how we achieve this is through, we make it everything crypto, non-crypto involved. So we have issued already billions of NFTs on our fully public chain with a different utility. So what we're trying to build right now in China, for example, is how to extend the real utility with those NFTs. I think 2-3 years back or 5 years back, NFT was more purely for, I don't know, for profit, probably just more PFP, and people just buy it for profit. They don't know what it is, right? They just look at funny, I just buy it and sell it and date next to it. And right now what we're building is to extend those utility of the NFT itself. Some could be a soul-bounded token, for example, or even last year, for example, we have collaborated with some local governments in Chengdu, so where people can mint the NFT on chain and then use the NFT to get some like, I'm not sure it's hard, it's like Tinder version on chain, where people just can use the NFTs to create the experience, and based on those, they pass the experience, and they can match with different people of interest. Yeah, I think I think this for us is something we're trying to achieve, is to extend real usage of those NFTs in China.
Cool. The Tinder, social file.
Yeah,
yes. How about you?
Yeah, for my opinion is that because we talk the infra, I think from 2017 to now, it's more than 5 or 6 years. And I think we look back to these years, I think the infra, I think is better than before. Yeah, at that time, we just use the Ethereum and Bitcoin. I think it's very slowly, and also it's very expensive. But this time, yeah, we can very easily to use USDT all over the world. Yeah, I remember recently I just pay some money to local service. They can accept US dollar, yeah, USDT. I think it's very good, yeah. So the maybe I think also because I do some research in the gaming, yeah. Gaming is, I think also is very wide side, and we can accept more and more users all over the world. So blockchain right now, they can deal lots of things in our industry. So this, I think, for infra, I think is enough right now. But right now, we should think about how to help the builders and the users to use our technology. Yeah, we can find, maybe we can use the robot as service to build a chain very quickly, but how to develop the ecosystem on the chain? How to teach or how to tell more and more new participants to know how to use this technology? I think it's still not an easy thing to join our industry. So maybe in the future, education is very important. I also, CD, recently he think about how to do some maybe open education to our industry or to other, maybe some not developed country people to know the new technology. So I think it's a very important thing. Maybe in the several years, we need to do more. I think for the infra and for some how to make money, I think most of people, they're willing to know, but how to bring normal people to use blockchain technology, and how to tell them this technology can bring some benefits for them, I think it's still we need to do long term. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dora. Thank you, Kevin. That's today's panel.
Guys, can I have the panelist speakers for a group photo? Geziang, can we have for a group photo? Dora, can I have you for a group photo, please? Yeah. Geziang, can I have a group photo? Okay. Thank you very much to our esteemed list of panelist speakers. So guys, next up we have our final keynote for today, and we've saved it for the last for a reason. This project is one of the major, I would say a major project within the deep in space that sort of started the whole thing, the previous cycle itself. And we're very fortunate to have Trevor with us today to present about the render network. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Trevor to present about render network. Please guys, a strong round of applause.
Perfect. Hey everyone. I'm excited to be here, end of a long week, so hoping to end it well. My name's Trevor, I'm on the Render Foundation board. We're really lucky at Render. We work at the intersection of art, of AI, and of the blockchain. We're a crypto OG, founded by creators for creators, with the end goal of enabling fast, affordable, movie quality rendering. Today, thousands of consumer, GPUs work on AI and rendering jobs in parallel at a fraction of the time and cost. For those of you who don't know what rendering is the conversion of a 3D model into a pixel, and really produces some amazing work. The crazy thing about the hold on a second. So the crazy thing for me is that all of this was created on the Render network within the last year. So when you think about deep-in projects and real use cases, this really stands out. And what's crazy is the network is actually end-to-end encrypted, so we don't know what is produced on the network at any given time. This is just a subset that people have contributed to us to show us, but there are real movies happening at any time on the network and more. So it's truly amazing. To recap, you've got groundbreaking immersive experiences, you've got top-selling toys converted into NFTs, you've got videos viewed by millions and millions, 30 million people, and even NASA using the Render network. So a really broad, diverse group of users using this product set. Really, the great thing about rendering is it was the first commercial use case for the GPU. And I'm sure most of you have heard a second use case has emerged more recently in AI. The AI war has led to a well-documented shortage in GPUs that is only expected to persist. And the obvious solution for that is accessing consumer compute. And luckily for us, the Render network has the largest network of consumer GPUs in the world, and particularly what we call edge processing. Our solution, or our initial solution, was our compute client program, which essentially opened up the Render network to allow folks to integrate via API and access idle compute. And so far, 6 companies have joined. They're actually all really interesting projects, many of them with their own tokens, all with a different target market, different orchestration and different technology, but great partners for us. And if any of you are actually in the space where you need to access large amounts of compute, I really recommend you look at the program and apply and try and join. It's been phenomenal. So beyond that, AI is really changing graphics and how creators create art. And what we're seeing now is the cost of producing an image or a video is rapidly declining. And the natural next step is there will be an abundance of these. And we're already starting to see it now, where it's really hard to distinguish between what's generated and not. And that's a real problem. You think about it as you lead towards elections here and more. From our perspective, it's always been a core tenet of the Render network that we wanted to show proof of creation. We're founded by creators, and therefore, for us, it really is all about them being able to prove and protect that creation. So we have something called proof of render, which is really on-chain creation, on-chain proof that you actually built that artwork. And for us, we believe it's needed now more than ever. When we look beyond that, it's not actually just about creation too. It's about protecting your IP so that it isn't stolen. And when we talk to our artists who use the platform, they're angry because their artwork has been used in training already. So there's a whole battle going on at the moment for decentralized versus centralized AI, and really we're at the forefront of this for us, we believe it needs to be community-driven and protected, as opposed to just finding out after the event that your artwork was actually used to train these items. We recently joined forces with Hollywood and the model creators to go about solving this in a better and different way. Our first step is we're going to build a massive library of licensable assets. And why we're going to do that is we want to ensure that library has zero stolen IP in it. When you look at companies like Reddit and others, there are amazing business models now for data, for AI training. And using the power of distributed compute to draw up this massive library really makes a lot of sense to us. In fact, we're looking to seed it through our missions program. So this will be something that the render network produces itself, but contributors will be able to share in it. They'll be able to share in the licenses, and they'll go back into the program. And a really important first step, but it doesn't end there. For us, once we've got the data, the end goal is to have base models that they can all build on, but build on in a way that is fair, that is respecting their creative work, and done on the blockchain with the correct rights in terms of ownership and usage and royalty all associated with it. So a really second run at how this is being done today. And of course, on a decentralized way and community driven. Beyond that, the key question is, where's it going? We're seeing an absolute convergence today between rendering and AI. In fact, they're somewhat indistinguishable. The process for a diffusion model is very similar to a render. We're seeing an absolute blur and not knowing whether things are rendered or AI created. This is great because our end goal has always been the same. We want to recreate the Star Trek holodeck. Our founder, Jules, grew up in the household of Gene Roddenberry, and it really is a company life obsession for us to continue this vision and to get towards a holodeck type experience. So it's great to see this convergence as things move in this direction, and we honestly believe we'll get there with some key jumps in hardware and with the path we're on here with AI. We've seen, let's see if that comes up. We've seen the emergence of different jobs on the render network from before this year. So I don't know if you know the Las Vegas exosphere, but it's a giant structure in the middle of Vegas, and we're starting to see render jobs run on the render network for the Vegas sphere. So that's a great sign just in terms of the size of jobs. Even more so, Apple's entry into XR was critical for us because we believe the world is going to go 3D over a period of time. It may take 5 years, but 3D is way more compelling. And the end use case probably won't be a glasses or virtual reality experience. We've got a company called Lightfield Labs that we invested in that does these latent ambient holographic displays, very much like your TV. And we honestly believe that's more likely where things will end up in a couple of years. But where we are here now is really important. And Apple putting their toe into this means there's more demand for 3D content. And 3D content is great for us because first, we're a 3D tool. You create things in 3D and then you render them and show them as a video or as a movie. So we're natively 3D. But much more importantly, it is a multiple of the rendering compute need to do a 4K video, to do a Vision Pro experience. So we're already starting to see multiples in potential growth on the network through the world moving towards 3D, and we don't see this slowing down at all. Our founding company is Otoy, and they're the for-profit side of this. They've put together an absolutely amazing Vision Pro app. And for us, it's the gold standard of how content should be created. In 3D at the start, how the experiences are really immersive. And it's really, really important to us to showcase just the breadth of what can be done with 3D and with the render network, because we honestly believe our creators are going to go out there now and replicate this and create more and more amazing experiences. And we have some of these in the pipeline coming. So, the challenge, as I'd said earlier on the render network side, is we don't know until they've actually built them and told us about them. But just working with these projects, we're going to see some amazing 3D experiences come out of this. And it's great to know they'll use the render network. Then we're integrated with all of the digital content creation tools. Over 25 of them at the moment. And that's a key tenet of how the render network works. It essentially lets anybody come in from whatever creative toolset they use and get access to the compute they just couldn't get access to from their home computer. What we did last year was we announced a much deeper relationship with a company called Maxon. They create a product called Cinema 4D, which is the world's most popular motion graphics paid tool. And just yesterday, we announced we're going to do the same with Blender and with Cycles. Blender is the world's largest open source motion graphics creation tool. So very exciting for us. And all these are, again, going back to that critical tenet of driving more volume to the network. So really for us, there's a lot in this, a lot of different areas that I cover as I go through this. I'm really excited about all of it, whether it's 3D, whether it's AI and protecting our creators or more. I always give this out and say, if you're interested in any of these, in joining our compute program or more, please feel free to contact me. I love talking about this stuff, and I love moving the world forward towards 3D in the right way for creators. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Trevor. I think Render is a project that we all follow closely, especially in the deep in space. I think they're sort of the market leaders in the sense. So we have sort of reached the end of our event. I hope you guys have had a jam-packed alpha event with all our list of keynote speakers as well as panelist sessions. There was a lot that was discussed from a VC perspective, from an infrastructure project, from a metaverse project, from a DeFi project as well. So before I let you guys to continue to network around, we just have one last request. We'd like to have a group photo with everyone. So if you guys can all perhaps come to the stage, as well as some can be as well downstairs. And I'd like to also invite the Coinstore leadership team, James, Jane, Jason, for the group photo as well. Thank you. Come guys, don't be shy, please. I think you will definitely want to be in the photo. Okay, Manfred, yeah. Everyone. Yeah. Come, JJ.
You're essential for the picture.
Jane, come. Jane, you should be in front. Manfred.
So it's like a football team, you leave it down and like a football. Hand is a football. Hand is a cup.